We're going to answer all of them if we can. One of the big sort of takeaways yesterday was give us the time of the game. And so, again, within reason, I will do my best to do that. So that's, we'll start by at least getting it right to start. And 8:45 is the start time of this game. I heard the reason for that is there's college football show where they do the rankings. And so they've bumped the official start time of Duke, Texas, our feature game for Tuesday, is 8:45 Eastern. All times will be Eastern. The three of us are on the East Coast, so never get it confused. If we reference a time, we are all on Eastern time. And this game is the Dick Vitale Invitational. Dick Vitale Classic is down at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. So a neutral court. But Rob, is that really a neutral court? Probably all Duke fans in the house tonight.
Yeah, undoubtedly, right? They don't have to travel far to get to Charlotte. Texas does. Interesting here, guys, because you get Sean Miller at the helm for Texas now, and we've seen enough of Sean Miller's career to know what he's trying to build, his style, mostly based on pace, mostly built on, he was a backcourt guy in his playing days, mostly built on the backcourt. Texas, interestingly enough, like what we saw with Villanova last night, unranked. So not a lot of attention being paid to the Longhorns. As we saw with Villanova last night, that could be grossly underestimated by the time we get to, say January. But from a fundamental perspective, I'd look at this somewhat the same way that I looked at Arizona, Florida last night, right? One team strength lies in one area. The other team's strength is going to lie in another area. I'll start with Duke. You lose all 5 starters, 3 first-rounders. It's tough to overcome, but they had such a loaded crop last year that they just expect guys to step up, step in. They have the top recruiting class in the country, Cameron Boozer, all the accolades. Some people think he's better than Cooper Flagg. I tell you, there's some projections out there, guys, that think that this Duke team, personnel-wise, is better than it was last year. Yet to be seen. But we said the word yesterday a ton, cohesion, gel. I know that the reserves probably have practiced together for a couple of years now. That builds some type of cohesion. We'll see how Duke mixes it in. I expect them to be a pretty quick-paced team. We're out of the Rodney Terry era at Texas, so I expect Texas to pick it up because Sean Miller is more of a pace guy, and he's got a solid backcourt. I think their issues lie up front. So much like the Florida-Arizona analysis yesterday, I think you get a backcourt advantage with Texas. Well, not advantage, but at least they're at least equal there. But the front court should go to Duke, in my estimation. The crowd is going to go to Duke. Somewhat of cohesion is going to go to Duke, although Texas does have a pretty solid core returning here. I thought the price was a little bit high, guys, at 8.5. And I think the only reason I say that is because I don't know if Duke's youngsters come out of the chute firing. That being said, you could counter me by saying we don't know if Texas will adapt to Sean Miller's style right away. I happen to think they will. Kids like to play that way a lot more than they like to play the Rodney Terry way. So I'm going to lean here. Probably not going to be a play on my card, but I'm going to lean with the Texas Longhorns to stay under the number, despite the crowd advantage to the Duke side and everything else.
Yeah. By the way, Trig, we should have mentioned something. They are already complimenting us in the chat that this show is one day.
Comment ready.
This show is 1 day old. And we are 1 for 1 on the parlay of the day as we swept yesterday.
Yeah, and that's
a good thing.
And that's
I was
1
very
for 1
happy
plus 6 units. That's 1 for 1 plus 6 units on the 3-teamer. So we got a little wiggle room now.
That was and there wasn't much wiggle room, you guys, last night. And by the way, with those scores, we had Tarleton, Belmont, and then UCF.
Yours got there easy though.
Yeah,
Rob
UCF
and I
and Hofstra over. Yeah, real
Yeah.
close. But that's okay. Hey, so a great start to the show, and the show as good as advertised, as well as far as is Duke as good as advertised. Rob talked about perhaps this team. Some think that they could be better or as good at least as they were last year. Well, man, this is a team last year, guys. I don't need to remind you, Trig, you, Rob, led the nation in points per possession last season. They were number 4 in points per possession allowed. Obviously, a lot of people thought this team was going to win the national championship until they run into Houston in the Final Four. We've all mentioned where this game is being played. Duke is going to have the advantage. Now, it's not in Cameron Indoor, though. I feel that, do you guys think, as this line is bumping up, is there just maybe some, is the proximity being overvalued here? Are some people unaware that this game is not being played at Cameron Indoor? Because I am with Rob. I think this number's getting a little heavy for me. And I would, Texas is a team, you mentioned the coaching change. Rob spent a lot of time talking about the coaching change, getting rid of Rodney Terry. I would have to look it up. I don't have my entire spreadsheet out from last year of all my plays, but Texas was one of those teams that often found itself, Trig, and this is a spot I always love, as you know, that the unranked favorite against a top 25 team, it felt that under Terry, they were just not, the Longhorns were not playing up to their potential. I think under Sean Miller, we see a change. I think Texas is going to be better than average. That I'm confident. I don't know if Duke's going to be as good as they were last year, but I am confident in saying Texas will be better than they were last year, and I would take the points, and I would not bet it yet. I would wait to see where the market peaks here and then fire on the horns, but hook them. They were kind to me on the football. If you mentioned college football, Trig, at the outset, they were kind to me Saturday against Vandy. So at this time, I'll take the points with Texas basketball.
Hey, shout out to you guys yesterday. Our first feature game, both great call on Arizona. I kind of went against you guys there, and I was on, not a game that I bet, but I was on the wrong side of at least the analysis for the show. I don't want to do that today, because I agree with a lot of what you guys said. So I will point out a couple things. I talked about this. This was one of the sort of games that's been up for a couple weeks. It's like one of the only ones where you've had a line for a while. Opened at 7.5. I pointed out on Twitter that I thought that number was low from just from knowing what the market's probably going to do. Had a feeling that it was going to get better up at some point, and it has. Now, my number is actually 10.5. Duke, but it's still early enough in the season where you got to take certain numbers, and because when I say my number, it's what I make my number off of a series of projections. All of that needs to be taken with a grain of salt early in the year, because we're projecting off of stuff that we really don't have really good data for yet. So it's I'm not married to that number, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Going back to last year, so even though you've got some new things about this Duke team, very similar to last year, you have some young guys. You've got freshmen. Duke is still a major team that I feel like wants. They still go out and get the best freshman in the country, or one of them. Last year you had Flag. This year you're going to have Boozer. They're still a lot of teams have gotten away from that. A lot of these other power conference major teams are no, let's go get the best guy from a mid-major team where they've developed him for 2 years, not so much the best freshman. Duke's still trying to get those freshmen in. The reason I bring that point up is because Duke last year, early loss to Kansas, early loss to Kentucky. Now, those sound well, Kansas and Kentucky, but Kansas wasn't very good last year. Kansas was sort of a middling team last year that got into the NCAA tournament and lost in the first round. Was that Kansas team better than this Texas team? I think that's probably a toss-up. After knowing what Kansas became last year, and that game was a neutral court in Vegas, and a game that Duke lost, and then of course Kentucky was a Sweet 16 team. I think we'll give credit where credit is due there, but still, I believe that was a neutral court early in the season where Duke lost. It feels like if Duke is going to be vulnerable, this is the type of spot they're going to be vulnerable in. Neutral court early in the season, still trying to figure out who the point guard's going to be, still trying to figure out exactly how things are going to work. So I guess I'm with you guys. I think we have a consensus here. I think Texas at the current number at 9.5, and I think you're right, Brian. Maybe this goes up even higher. I got to roll with you two. I think the points is the way to go.
How much do you guys give? Because the game's in terms of home court advantage. What do you do with the line here? What's the number? What's the bump for the home court edge for Duke? Because it's not a full. I wouldn't do a full 3, obviously.
Yeah, generally, Brian, I'll just go quick here, Trig. Generally, I split it in half, I would say it's about worth 1.5, maybe 2 in this instance, just because of proximity. But most neutrals, 1.5 maybe. I'd go about that route.
Yeah, I think I added 1 just because it's in the state of North Carolina, and Duke does tend to play here at least like once a year. I feel like it's I don't give it a very big home court.
Not the Meadowlands with Duke. Never lose in the Meadowlands.
But yeah, I feel like it's going to be the one to watch tonight. It's a shorter slate. It's certainly the sort of marquee game of the night. Doubt I'll have a bet there, but I'm kind of with you, Brian. If how many points are they going to give you with Duke before you have to feels like a little bit like Nova BYU yesterday, where they kept giving you points.
And then, at the end, by tip-off, it was kind of like, Nova looks like a good value. I don't – to me, I was more in line with the opening 7.5, factoring in home court. Now, at this point, like I said, I don't know. With the line move, I would punch back at the market a little bit.
Get some comments in here. Jacob, thank you. I did have Marshall yesterday, pretty much a wire-to-wire outright winner at UMass. I ended up 2-1 on the day. I pretty happy about that. Jersey in the chat says he cashed on Murray Hill and the Bonnies. So he has a nice 2-teamer yesterday. We talked about the Bonnies here. They look good.
Yeah.
I was impressed with them.
Yeah.
Ethan, we have to try to hook up with you on Saturday. Brian and I will be at the Michigan State game. And he says it looks like he'll be at Breslin on Saturday. He'll let us know if he's there. Michigan State getting it done last night, but I was impressed with Colgate. I thought they hung around much more athletic Colgate team than they had last year. That might be a team to watch. Jay Buff, a new member, but we know him well. He's in here. We appreciate you joining the channel or whatever you did to get on our thing as a green new member. I know Buff's happy about how Syracuse played. I saw him in the chat with a big Cuse across the screen. They got to do it against someone else than Binghamton, and then we'll give them the Cuse across the screen because that is a bad Binghamton team this year. But nonetheless, it's nice to see Syracuse with a no doubt win. I don't think they've had one of those in a minute. All right, let's get into some. Let's start firing away at games. There's still a bunch of other games on the slate today. Let's go to Jacob. He says, "Am I crazy for liking Robert Morris plus 22.5?" And I'll kick this one off, and then I'll go to you, Brian, because this is a team. So you and I actually got to see Alvaro Folgueras play last year when he was on Robert Morris. He had a great game. We were at the Robert Morris Cleveland State game last year in the beautiful Wallstein Center, right in Brian Powers' backyard. And hey,
beautiful.
Robert Morris it is a gem. Let Brian tell you more about that. But the reason I bring that up, Folgueras had a great game. He dominated. They were an underdog at the time. And that Robert Morris team went all the way to win the Horizon, play a very good game against Alabama in the NCAA tournament. Folgueras had 15-10, and now he's on the other team. He's on Iowa. He was one of their sort of, I guess he was one of big Ben McCollum's portal gets, but it's worth noting, and I want Rob to follow you on this, Brian, about the coaching change. Ben McCollum now at Iowa with a lot of his Drake guys from last year. So it's a new team, but it's still his team. He brings Folgueras over from Robert Morris. But Jacob says, am I crazy for liking Robert Morris? I'll leave it with this, and then I'll go to you two. Robert Morris, very new roster, but I really like Andy Toole. No one gave him a chance with that team last year, and he won the Horizon. So the way I look at this, now that this has steamed up to 22.5, I think it would have to be Robert Morris or pass for me too, just because I like Andy Toole as a coach, and I feel like the market's saying, oh, well, it's in a completely new team. They're going to get killed. But he had a pretty new team last year, and he still found a way to win the Horizon. So very interesting game. Brian, talk to me about Robert Morris, Iowa a little bit.
Oh, he's frozen.
We lost Brian, so we'll go in the other direction here, Rob. The question I was going to ask you was really the Ben McCollum. He takes over for Fran McCaffrey, who played no defense. It's my guy though, former Siena head coach Fran McCaffrey played no defense, and it was like crazy pace on offense.
Yeah,
there was times.
Brian,
he's back.
Oh,
you were froze
like
there
gone.
for a minute, Brian. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah,
was I
you were
gone?
frozen the whole time.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
you were frozen the whole time.
I thought I made an excellent point there, by the way. I was talking about the coaching change. You know, Rob, I'll let Rob go deeper into this. But what you need to understand with the coaching change, obviously, Iowa with Fran McCaffrey played at one of the fastest tempos in the entire country throughout his tenure. Now they hire McCollum from Drake. What was Drake known for? Playing at one of the slowest tempos in the entire country. I mean, that is a major, major change. I'll let Rob talk about that more in just a moment. Trig, you mentioned, Robert Morris kind of having a newer team. They do have to replace their top 5 scorers. That is my concern here with taking the points. Can they slow this game down? I just think for me, it's going to take a period of adjustment for Iowa. I mean, this is just a huge, huge deal in terms of pace. And because of the slower pace they're likely to play at, I would not want to lay it with Iowa here. It would be underdog or pass here. And so I could only look at the Bobby Moe side.
Yeah, I'll continue on from there, guys. And I'll just say that I don't know that there's any way to look other than Robert Morris here. I mean, Adam, you pointed out defenseless is what Iowa was when Fran McCaffrey was the head coach, right? Give up a lot of points, but score a lot of points. I just feel like when you get into this 22.5 range, it's easier to create margin when you're scoring. How many games does Drake win by 23 points?
I was
under
just
Ben
wondering
McCollum,
that.
you know what I mean? This looks like, 68-49 covers with Robert Morris, even if Iowa comes out of the chute. And I know he's got Drake players with him, but if the entire roster opens the season buying into his pedestrian-paced, defense-first philosophies, then so be it. But I still don't think they can win by 22.5 at that tempo. You know what I mean? It's harder to win. In college football, kind of the same thing, guys. But I feel like in college football, you lay 21. There's teams out there that can win 27-3. They can hold you to a field goal. In basketball, it's not quite that way. A couple random three-pointers here by Robert Morris, a couple random three-pointers there, and all of a sudden you have a cover. So there's a ton of wiggle room, in my estimation, with Robert Morris, who, let's face it, Adam, you wanted to kind of re-tier them yesterday. I don't know. Robert Morris, low, mid-major, maybe. Not mid-major, but lower mid-major.
Low. Horizon's got to be low now.
Yeah.
And in that case, you get to play Iowa. That's a big deal for Robert Morris. Mm-hmm. It's not such a it's more like an exhibition, evaluation period for Ben McCollum this game. So for me, plus 22.5 would be the only way to look. And again, it's a polar opposite coaching change. A lot of them across the country. We'll talk about another one in a couple of seconds here.
Well, Rob, how about the total has crashed in this game? It was open at 144, down to 135.5 places. So it looks like people are buying into
Drake-like.
Yes, buying into the Iowa really slowing things down. Go ahead, Brian.
A couple quick things. Number one, you talk about the Horizon League being a low major. Trig was at the Wolstein Center, home of Cleveland State basketball. I'll tell you what, you go into that gym, Rob, you might think you're watching a high school game with that facility. That is that's what you need to know about the Horizon. But I looked up because, Rob, you and I were on the same wavelength there. How many games last year did Drake win by this margin? Well, the answer is 3. And 2 of those were against non-board teams, non-D1 teams. The third was by exactly 23 against Evansville, typically the worst team in that conference. So it wasn't a margin that Drake was known for winning by. If this was Fran McCaffrey, I would be more interested probably in laying it. I like the coaching change for Iowa, but not in this particular instance when it comes to betting on the Hawkeyes. I think we're all in agreement there.
Guys, just where the total is right now, the total sits, like Adam said, at 137.5. It's dry. I see 136.5 out there, but roughly that requires an 80-57 Iowa win.
Yeah.
Is a Ben McCollum team getting to 80 tonight? I mean, the chances of Robert Morris may only have to get to 50 to cover this game. So I'd be on that side, the dog side.
So many of the players are Drake players. So it's not like he's just, new coach, but I just inherited this, big time Big Ten roster. I mean, they could be pretty good in the Big Ten. I think Iowa will be pretty good in the Big Ten because I'm a Ben McCollum believer. but he's bringing a lot of his players with him. Yeah, I couldn't see any other way to play it other than the points. Go ahead, Brian.
I saw our guy Buff was saying, noted Robert Morris did play fast last year, but again, losing your top 5 scorers, you might see at least early on a reduction in tempo. I would note that as well. As I go,
it's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Brian, I'm going to go back to you. Air Duck says, can we talk Nichols, Kentucky? That one should be, I got to say this, being on top of the times are going to be a challenge, but I will try to at least that's a 7 p.m. game, and that is at Rupp Arena in Lexington, Kentucky. So do you have an opinion there? Nichols, Kentucky.
The question is, am I crazy enough to go Kentucky over the team total? The number's very high. I don't want to lay the point. I think it's correlated, right? If you like Kentucky, probably they do go over this team total. That's kind of what I was looking at before the start, before the show. I figured this game might come up. Kentucky, obviously, a marquee brand. I figure someone would ask. My concern with laying it or taking Kentucky over the team total is this. Does the pace eventually die at the end, right? You have to be concerned with that when you're laying a big number or you're looking to go over a team total with a favorite. You have to be concerned end of game. If this thing gets out of hand, does Kentucky just sort of phone it in down the stretch and screw you? Because here's the deal, guys. Nichols loses its top 4 scorers from last season. This was a team that was really good at defending the 3. They were top 15 in the country at defending the 3 last year. They lose that. So I don't know. Maybe Kentucky first half. I would look to get creative here and either do a Kentucky team total or a first half play on the Wildcats. Those are just some ideas I would have for you.
Throw this one out there. Colin Gregory says it was leaning Nevada, seemed a bit short. This was one that another person brought up previous. So a couple people want to talk about this game, and if I saw correctly, my board here on the Odds Logic screen was lighting up with this one a little while ago. So pretty considerable move. This is now down to 8 some places. Louisiana Tech being the road team. That is a 10 o'clock Eastern start, and that should be in Reno. Again, sometimes I got to double check things here. Just if it's a game that's not like fully on my radar, I got to check and make sure they're not playing it some neutral early in the season. But no, this is in the Lawler Event Center, Reno, Nevada. Does anyone have anything on that game? I really didn't, but it was a notable move that this is now down to 8 some places. Either of you guys, La Tech, Nevada, anything to add here?
Yeah, real quick, Adam. I'm just trying to see if it's injury based, the line move, because it's a game that had when I don't like a game, I put a red X, and generally it's because of total. So I wasn't going to play it. But I just wonder, and there's some downward movement in the total here. I'm just wondering if it's injury based or because I didn't see anything else really glaring to me that would suggest a major move on La Tech in this game. So we're going to have to dig further. Sometimes it's tough to come up with these injury reports, but we'll dig a little further into that during the show. Maybe we'll come up with whether there's any injury-based reasoning for that or not.
Yeah, I mean, what stands out to me is Louisiana Tech's one of 2 underdogs that's taken money. You look at the way these lines are moving, look at the odds screen, it's mostly favorites taking money. Obviously, the 2 exceptions would be Louisiana Tech and Georgia Southern. So yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at it because this game was not on my radar either. So I don't know. Actually,
and
I apologize.
That's I guess a point I'll make here, because again, some it's no matter who you talk to, if you're doing it right, handicapping college basketball, you're tuned into certain conferences other than others. If you are giving all 364 teams the exact same sort of attention, you're probably losing. I can just about guarantee that. For me, the Mountain West is a conference that I do bet quite a bit. And this is a team my initial sort of assessment of Nevada was, God, they have a lot of new players. I don't really know what to do with this team yet. There's, it's pretty much, essentially if you look at their top 6 or 7 players, one guy comes from Evansville, Corey Camper from UTEP is a pretty good player. guy from Riverside, someone from non-D1. It's interesting to see, they bring Tyler Rollison back, but very different team from last year. I trust Steve Alford to an extent, but this goes back to yesterday where I pretty much said, I got to see this team play a little bit. That being said, I'm with Rob. I would want to know if that move is personnel related, because if it's not, it's a pretty big move to not be personnel related.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shifting
All right,
the home favorite like that big. Just
in a building that typically has been good to them. Like maybe, last year I believe was more of a down year, but more often than not, Lawler Event Center has a pretty big home court edge. So it was surprising for me to see that move the way it did. All right. Well, I thought that was a good discussion. Didn't have I wish I had more to offer there, but I thought that was a good discussion. All right, keep them coming in the chat. I'm going to go. I want to go to a game that I want to talk about real quick, but also, I at the beginning of the show I said, no one wants to sit here and listen to us talk about how what we thought about last night. Yes, there was a big upsets, there was buzzer beaters, but this is a betting show. So we got to keep it actionable. But I am going to bring something up from last night that I think has become even more actionable than I thought it was going to be after yesterday's games. And so I was talking to my friend Corby. You can find Corby on our competitors show. Those are my guys. So I'll give them a shout out, even though, they work for the other company. But Corby Craig's great college basketball handicapper. Him and I talk all the time. And about 2 weeks ago, he was like, man, we should really start to look at these teams that had guys that got suspended for maybe throwing games last year. We don't know exactly if that's what they were doing, but their priors might be messed up because of that. And so two of the teams that had players that were suspended for presumably throwing games were Eastern Michigan and New Orleans. Now, New Orleans was one of the big sort of winners from last night, right? They upset TCU, believe they were a 21-point underdog. And I just want to pull the final up of I think Eastern Michigan. That was a MAC Sunbelt game. Didn't they crush who they were playing, Brian? I feel like they led most of the game. I just want to make sure they won before I say they won. So, do you have a final on that one by any chance? Because I can't find it.
Let me get it. I'll get it.
So anyway, I lost track of that game, but they were leading most of the game. Brian will get us a final score in the Eastern Michigan game. The point is, NCA&T, I don't know if you can see my zip up, which I grabbed when I was down there last year, was one of these teams that essentially had their multiple best players suspended for what we think was shady stuff. Landon Glasper, I believe Ryan Forrest was the other one. Actually, when I went to the A&T game that I went to, I was with my buddy Aaron Kidd. We're sitting there courtside ready for the game to start. And Landon Glasper, who was their best player, comes out in street clothes. And we were like, oh, something's up. And then it turned out that they were one of the teams sort of being investigated. Now, the very long-winded point I'm trying to make here is if that was going on last year, you have to think that these teams might be a good bet on this year. Why? Because you had players actively tanking, right? And now those players aren't there anymore. So last year's numbers are basically, they're based on some of that. And now you've got a team that you would like to think has rid themselves of that. So, and then I'll point back to NCA&T's last 6 games of the regular season. They were 3-3 straight up in those games after not winning for a very long time last year. And they did it without, quote unquote, most of their scoring, who were the players that got suspended. So again, very long-winded point to make here, but NCA&T is one of those teams that I think, even with them being at the bottom of their current league, might be better than the projection would suggest, based on the fact that they had such a disaster going on last year with guys getting suspended, leaving the team. I think at one point, Brian, they had 7 guys or 6 guys, and 80% of their scoring was suspended. And some of those guys are now back this year that got minutes in those games. So without even really, having a great handicap that I'm on South Carolina, I know South Carolina is going to be a bottom team in the SEC. And right there for me, South Carolina is already starting to take money. So I'm quite interested in NCA&T in this spot. My number's about 3 points off. I've got it 19.5. I think they're probably. Do we have an updated number? NCA&T. I'm seeing 22.5. 23's out there now. 365 has just gone to 23.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
that's good.
That might be my parlay leg. I'm gonna think about it for a second, but A&T plus 23, it seems like an awful lot of points against a South Carolina team that's, I don't know, Rob, you're an SEC guy. Where do you have South Carolina in that conference? Bottom 2, bottom 3?
Yeah, about that. I mean, when they lost, Murray last year to the draft, they're all everything player. It's another instance where you probably get a little bit of, I don't want to call it rebuild, but I think when you lose a top scorer in your South Carolina, or I wouldn't even call him top scorer, I would call him all everything. When you lose a guy like that in your South Carolina, it's difficult to replace. So, your theory, Adam, it works in all facets, because I remember living in Las Vegas. Jack in the Box had an Eagle-Eye breakout. After that, I remember my sister-in-law saying to my wife, she said, you know what? Jack in the Box is probably the safest place to eat right now, because they probably clean that place so spotless. And it's kind of, you want to clean your reputation of the wrongdoings. And so you play a little bit harder, you try a little bit harder. So yeah, it's kind of, that correlation kind of works almost everywhere.
Safest time to fly is after a couple crash.
Yeah, I mean,
it is. After
life advice.
You know what I'm saying, though? If an airline just put one into the Atlantic, like, that's the flight I'm taking next time. What are the odds it's going to happen again? So go ahead.
Eastern Michigan won, by the way, in more benign news. There last night, Eastern Michigan, they won big, so 71-49. To answer your question from a few minutes ago.
So a blowout win for Eastern Michigan and New Orleans. I mean, those are two examples that are probably extreme. I also hate flying. Brian knows I hate getting on an airplane. So I've watched every episode of Mayday Air Disasters, Brian. And I hate flying, but it's just like fascinating to me. But anyway, sorry for the plane crash joke. But those two are like extreme examples. New Orleans winning as a 21-point outright dog, and Eastern Michigan winning by like 20 plus. I mean, it's not going to always be that easy, but I think that's like the big takeaway. And I had the teams written down that I thought it affected. Let me see if I can cue that up real quick, because I think this is going to be a good angle to look at. Yeah. So here's the teams that had open investigations over the last year or two. Eastern Michigan, Temple, Arizona State, New Orleans, North Carolina A&T, and Mississippi Valley State. Now, I think they decided that Mississippi Valley State's just god-awful. I think they were cleared of all wrong.
They were guilty of sucking, yes.
Yes. But the others, I mean, had legitimate, guys that ended up, Temple, guys that ended up trying to transfer other places, and then not, they basically ended up I think Heiser Miller transferred to Virginia Tech, never actually got on the floor. Landon Glasper, who was one of the main sort of offenders for NCA&T, or he was one of the guys that got suspended, never stepped foot on the court, transferred to Southern Miss, and I didn't see him get in the game last night. So it's just an interesting thing, but I would say those six: Eastern Michigan, Temple, Arizona State, New Orleans, North Carolina A&T. So those five. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's five. I would keep an eye on those teams. Oh, I'm sorry. There was two others: Fresno State and San Jose State, who they found for sure those two had guys that were gambling, betting games, trying to throw games. Fresno State last year had 3 guys kicked off the team, and then San Jose State they had players that were so guilty that they're permanently banned. So there was those are the teams to keep an eye on: Fresno State, San Jose State, Eastern Michigan, Temple, Arizona State, New Orleans, North Carolina A&T. That's 7 teams. I would jot those down and understand that their priors might be messed up. Okay. So lean for me. I know I got to be more pronounced in giving out a pick. I lean pretty strong to NCA&T, and like I said, I'm going to give it the next sort of 20 minutes or so. That might be my parlay leg. I want to go to Rob Vino because I know he wants to talk about this game. Cody Butler says Oral Roberts at Oklahoma State. Take it away, Rob. What are you seeing in this one?
Well, I see you're not going to get 158.5 anymore, Cody. So hopefully you got it. It's 163 as we speak. Bettors again taking advantage of coaching changes here for Oral Roberts. It's Corey Barnett, who takes over Oral Roberts University. Russell Springman out. Paul Mills, who had coached Oral Roberts to the upper echelon of the Summit League, is kind of the standard there. But Corey Barnett's an interesting story here, guys. Now, his assistant coaching assignments or his priors were with underneath Steve Alford at UCLA in Nevada, and then underneath Darian DeVries, the former head coach of Drake, now at West Virginia. Alford kind of varies a little bit, right? At UCLA, he played quicker, but he's gotten to Nevada, he's played slower. But DeVries, we know the Drake history, very, very slow. Corey Barnett walks in here, and he wants to play at what he calls a blazing fast pace, up and down the floor. The type of philosophy that wants to create defensive havoc. Think of VCU. Right under Shaka Smart when he started that. That's what they want to create here at Oral Roberts. So it's going to be hectic, frantically paced, up and down the floor, try and get steals. His problem basically is that he's working with a complete overhaul here. 0 returning starters, 14 new players. Actually, sometimes it's best to start with all brand new guys when you're implementing a new system, because they don't know any better from the year before. They're just in to play coach's system. Went to the portal, got some players here, but I think the reason for the total jump, obviously, is he wants to play fast. The second piece to that is Steve Lutz on the other side. Steve Lutz walked into Oklahoma State last year and turned them into the 12th fastest tempo in the nation. And they're going to be even faster this year because Steve Lutz hit the recruiting trail makes me sound old. Now it's called the transfer portal. There is no more recruiting trail, basically. But
moves a lot faster.
It moves a lot faster. It costs a lot more, too.
Yes.
He went to find scores. OSU, for anybody who watched, under Mike Boynton, it was hard the last couple of years prior to Lutz, and even Lutz's first year. They couldn't shoot. Like, they would work the ball around and get an open shot and miss. And he had to go out and get shooters. So he went out and he got shooters. And Oklahoma State should have much more offensive weaponry this year. They're going to play at a bit of a quicker pace. Lutz's history, even through the Ohio Valley, is to play fast. So you've got two teams that are going to get up and down the floor. As long as it's not a turnover fest where the ball goes out of bounds and you have to inbounds it. Turnovers that lead to buckets are great in overs. Turnovers that go out of bounds and you got to check it in and et cetera, don't necessarily help the over. But I can understand the total move here. And it was rapid, guys, because Adam and I were texting earlier this morning, and this number was 159 total when I told him I'd like to talk about this game. And now, like I say, 63. Who knows where it ends up? We saw some of those games yesterday, 7-8 point total moves based on coaching changes. So this is what you get, guys. You get these coaching changes where these guys come out, they tell you what they want to do, and whether or not it gets to 164, I wouldn't be surprised if it does. But got a phrase on an NBA show that I do, or a NBA, WNBA, whatever, with a colleague of ours, Ski Profit, where we always say you don't want the ass end of the line. And the ass end of the line on the total paying over is coming real close right now.
Yeah.
Oh, we got our guy. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to totally take the discussion in a different direction here. I've got my third of the parlay of the day locked and loaded here, so I was about to draw.
All right, we'll go. Yeah, I just had to acknowledge our buddy Keith Bayou Betts Landry. He's down there in New Orleans. Apparently, Master P is involved with this New Orleans team, and That is a huge win for that program, which I think like canceled basketball at one point, like recently, maybe in like the last 20 years. So the Privateers might be back.
Make
Keith,
him say,
yeah. Keith's one of our buddies, and and he said the Eastern Michigan wouldn't even cooperate with the Fed. So that's another great tidbit right there. But this hour, very much like the baseball show, this hour is going to fly by. I got to be better on time. So if you've got your parlay leg, Brian, I'm going to just go to you to give us a game and let us know what you're looking at.
Well, I thought it would be a nice time to drop this, Trig and Rob, because we've talked about a couple things. We've talked about coaching changes. We've talked about totals on the move. My leg for the parlay day involves both of those things, a coaching change and a total on the move. Now, just quick word here. Yesterday I mentioned on the show how I didn't want to bet that Ohio State over anymore because it had already moved 7 points. Well, it turns out it didn't matter what number you bet that on because that was higher than some NBA games last night. The Ohio State game, that went way over. But I want to drop this now because this number is moving on Mount St. Mary's, West Virginia. As we spoke, I saw the odd screen light up. You can still get 138.5, guys, at FanDuel. I would go under Mount St. Mary's, West Virginia. West Virginia with a coaching change. They're going to play at a slower tempo under Ross Hodge. He comes from North Texas. It won't the tempo change won't be as pronounced as we talked about earlier with Iowa. However, North Texas, what do they have in common with Drake? This was a team that played at one of the slowest tempos in the entire country. So I think that tempo is going to come way down for WVU. And I would play under West Virginia, Mount St. Mary's. That is my leg of the parlay.
Damn it, Brian.
Love that. Titan CT says, any thoughts on Duke, Texas? So this is a good time to let you guys know that this show is always up on demand on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. So if you want to go back and check out the Duke, Texas breakdown, that was at the top of the show. You can do that on demand. And while you are over there, it helps us tremendously if you subscribe to the channel and leave us a comment. There's almost never going to be a show where we get to every game. But if you throw a question or something you're looking at in the comments, we'll do our best to circle back throughout the day and hit it at some point. I'll tell you what. So we've still got 19 minutes. We're still going to go through the chat questions. Actually, were you going to say something, Rob? I'm going to still wait to give my play out, I think.
Well, you heard me mumble, damn it, Brian, because I don't know if we're allowed to double up on best bets. I'll look for something different. But I did want to talk about Ross Hodge very quickly. Yeah. Obviously, a major coaching change here in West Virginia. I just want to read you one quote from Ross Hodge. I don't know why anyone wouldn't want to play like Houston. They're in the Final Four. This guy, you can look it up. The teams that have had the best defense when Kansas was winning the Big 12, it was the best defensive team. Houston has won the Big 12 recently. They've been the best defensive team. His out-and-out goal is to play like Kelvin Sampson in Houston. Defense. Makes it tough on Mount St. Mary's. I know, Adam, you're probably more tuned into Mount St. Mary's, but what they're going to be able to score tonight against West Virginia, I think would be in question. If nothing else, West Virginia is going to play with a defense-first mentality, the way a Kelvin Sampson team would. This is what Hodge is bringing here. Hodge is also was a North Texas assistant. We all know about North Texas, right? If they get to 65, they've shot 57% from the field because they just don't want to move the basketball. They want to play pedestrian and they want to play defense. Now, I don't know that Kelvin Sampson is pedestrian, but I do know they load up on threes. And Hodge went out and got himself some shooters here. West Virginia is another one of these, grassroots projects here. 9 new guys, not much in the cupboard when he walked in. So to me, that game probably screams under. And it was very, very surprising, to me at least, that number jetted toward the over from the opener. It went from 36.5 up to, I think I saw 139 at one point, and now it's coming back down. So, yeah, Brian, I like the side that you're on there. Just wanted to mention the Ross Hodge coaching change at West Virginia.
Yeah, I don't have a ton to add to that. I think, no one expected much out of Mount St. Mary's last year. They ended up winning the MAC. I will say this about the MAC conference in general. I think the MAC conference is much better this year than it was last year. So I think you will see Mount St. Mary's fall back to like where they sort of should be in this conference, where they were last year. Like it's, for them to go in and win that MAC tournament without Pacheco, and I think it was Terrell Ard was the other guy that was out, was kind of crazy. And I think it spoke to like how poor the top half of the MAC was last year. It's a much better conference this year. So I lean toward Mount St. Mary's being like a tad overrated off of that. Again, like they still have I would say that the overall team is probably similar to what they were sort of last year, but I don't expect much out of them. So in terms of like where I made the number in that game, I had 19. I think that's right around where the spread is at this point. But you guys make great points about Hodge and the tempo change. And so I certainly am with you, Brian. Your under makes a lot of sense right there. Yeah. I would agree with that.
I would like to get a cheap plug in right now if I could, Trey,
yes,
because I
absolutely.
see people in the chat are mentioning Maction. That's college football for those keeping score at home. And of course, today is $5 Tuesday at WagerTalk.com. And what a great time it would be for me to bring up the fact that my $5 play is on Maction. I am a proud Mid-American Conference graduate, of course, Ohio University, and won with the Cardinals last night on Monday Night Football. Easy outright winner, 5-1, our last 6 in football. 2-0, that includes 2-0. Now 67% in the NFL since October 6th. Went 2-0 in college on Saturday. So head on over to my page. Want to get this plug in, wt.buzz/BP. You can get my play tonight, college football, Maction, just $5. So head on over now.
I love that. That's I'm going to plug us for yesterday because on the show, very first full court press show, very first 3-team show parlay, and we hit it. So we're up, and I'm going to keep track of this. I said we did this on total basis. We ended the year 6 months of firing 3-team parlays or 2-teamers when someone was out. We ended up plus 4.7 units. I did not think I was terrified to do it in the first place. I said, there's no way we're going to end ahead betting a 3-team show parlay every day, but we did. And you know what? I will say, I think we have a better chance to outperform that because we get the whole board to choose from. Much easier, in my opinion, than trying to choose from like 15 Major League Baseball games per day. But shout out to us for coming out of the gate and banging home a 3-teamer yesterday. We're going to try to do it again today. And I'm just going to make it official. I'm going to throw NCA&T plus the points in the parlay. You can get 23s. There are 23s out there, but in the interest of fairness, I'll go 22.5 since that's what most of the market is at. So that will be leg number 2. So if you missed it, Brian went under Mount St. Mary's, West Virginia, 138.5. I'm going to go NCA&T plus 22.5. Hit a nice big favorite yesterday with Tarleton in this spot, plus 21.5. So we'll go plus 22.5. And Rob, do you know what you want to use for the third and final leg yet, or do you want another 5 to 10 minutes to think about it?
No, you know what? I'll give it to you now, guys. I'm going to go in a direction that hopefully doesn't bite me at the end of the game, but I don't think it will. I think the reserves here are plenty stout enough to continue on here. I'm going to go a little bit different route and play team total here in a massive favorite game. Texas Tech, one of your top 15 teams in the nation tonight, plays Lindenwood, who does play at a very quick pace. And so pace in the beginning, Texas Tech might get to 50 by halftime. Their team total is 90.5. I'm going to play it that way. I think they get to 91 here in a game where they're a 34.5 point favorite. Again, the concern you always have in playing these things is when Texas Tech decides it's time to unload the bench. Is the bench just going to go out there and not score you any points? But the Texas Tech depth is really good this season. And I would expect the second crew, let's say 6 through 10 on Texas Tech, when they get their opportunity, they'll increase score. We saw a lot of Big Ten teams last night, guys, hit 100 in these types of games. I think there were 3 Big Tens that hit 100, led by Michigan, who put up 121 amazingly. But I could see that for Texas Tech here. So give me that as my leg of the parlay here, Adam. Texas Tech team total up and over 90.5. That seems to be the consensus line out there.
Do you have is the juice minus 110, minus 115? What do you see on that? Like roughly?
That juice 90.5. Yeah, 90.5 minus 20 cents.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm gonna I'll put a minus 20 in on Brian's as well, just because that may have moved, and that way you can at least get yourself 138. So that will make the 3-teamer plus 541. And I'll recap that again at the end of the show, just because it's tough to try to lock in prices. But I'll recap that again at the end of the show. I want to go back to Brian. A couple people asking about the Kansas State Wildcats. They're at home 8 p.m. Eastern at the Octagon. I don't know if it will be the Octagon of Doom tonight for UNC Greensboro coming to town, but it is their home opener, and it is a big number. So thoughts, UNC Greensboro, Kansas State.
I think UNC Greensboro is going to struggle to score points in this game. This is a team that has to replace its top 10 scorers from last year. I repeat, top 10 scorers from last year. That is a lot of lost production. You're going on the road. You're a big underdog. What do we do here? I would maybe look at their team total under. It's very interesting. I looked at this total. It's actually gone up a little bit. To me, if this game goes over, it's going to be because of the Kansas State side. So team total 64.5 for UNC Greensboro. I don't think they get to that number, Rob Vino, for the Spartans.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be surprised if they do, Brian. To replace, we've talked about a few teams that are starter-wise building from scratch, so to speak, here, new starting lineup. But 2 shifts of new guys is difficult. Especially, Jerome Tang, for what it's worth, he really is a defensive-minded head coach. They play a little bit quick, but they do want to play defense there. So talk about evaluation process. That's like the ultimate evaluation process. Thrown on the road into a Big 12 venue, opening night for the home team, and you're going to walk in there without any of your top 10 scorers from last year. Difficult. I could definitely see NC Greensboro being held beneath that team total. And maybe, as you mentioned, Brian, if the scoring is going to happen, if the line move is correct on the total being pushed up, then the K-State team total would have to go over in that instance.
Yes.
Somebody's got to score the points.
Absolutely. By the way, we should know Kansas State bringing in Haggerty from Memphis. That's a big addition. This was a team, if you guys remember, they spent all that money. They had such cohesion problems last year in Manhattan. This was one of the most disappointing teams. Correct me if I'm wrong, Trig. Kansas State, the first 2 months of the season, was the most disappointing team in the country. Am I misremembering that?
You're not.
I feel honestly, they were on the short list.
I mean, they spent a ton of money last year and were awful. And they spent a whole bunch of money this year, and this is the roster they came up with. Like, who is? We need to ask Kelly who's in charge. who's got the money allowed here to spend the money? Like, I feel like I could have spent that money better with my eyes closed, in terms of like what they got for, like, you know what I mean? Like this, like you have all this NIL money, and this is the roster that you put together. Like, I don't know. I don't think they're going to be. No, I don't think they're going to be very good again this year. At least, like. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes, because like they were so much worse than I think a lot of people thought they were going to be last year, or so from a relative to the market, it's tough to tell. But I'm not like overly hot. I mean, when you talk about the Big 12 and like the content, like some of the teams that are in the Big 12, I'll be very, very surprised. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, they're not Houston, Texas Tech, BYU, Iowa State, Arizona, Kansas. Like, they're not better than any of those teams. So I'm looking at this like I'll be surprised. They're to me, they're a bubble type team. Like we'll see if they can get a big win or two and hang around. But I don't have much faith for this Kansas State team. That being said, Brian, you made a great point about UNC Greensboro. They are not only did they have to replace a whole bunch of guys from last year, the year prior, that team lost their better scorers as well. And they kind of almost like overachieved with some guys last year that, like, I thought last year was going to be the year they took the step back, but they ended up bringing in, I think it was like Polite from maybe Radford. They ended up with a couple of guys that were much better scorers than I anticipated them being. So they've really lost so much over the past 2 years that I'm kind of with you there, being like they might have a really hard time putting the ball in the basket. So I won't have a play in that one, but neither of those two teams are teams that I really want to get involved with at this point. I'll probably look to fade whoever looks better here. Like that'll be what I circle. Look, whoever looks like decent in this game, I'll look to play against them next time around because I do not have high hopes for either of these teams. Real quick on the way out the door, we should probably talk about the number one team in the country quick. Yeah. Purdue plays Evansville tonight, Brian Power. They are a 35.5-point favorite. Well, do you have anything to offer on this one? I certainly don't. I'll see if either of you guys know.
I mean, it would be similar to Kentucky where I would rather play Purdue's team total over than lay the points. I mean, Purdue can name it, obviously. Rob mentioned the Big Ten teams, scored in triple digits last night. I think Purdue can do that here. I think Purdue puts a lot of points on the board. And by the way, I do agree with their preseason number one ranking as well. So they're number one in my power ratings entering the year. So very interesting to see how good they look tonight. My guess is they put a lot of points on the board.
Yeah, there's not a lot of substance that you could throw into this analysis, guys. I mean, it's 35.5 for a reason. That's the separation between these two, unless Matt Painter, who generally falls on his face at a more crucial time than playing Evansville in your opener as a 35.5-point favorite. I mean, unless something like that happens, disastrous. This is going to go Purdue's way. They have so many scoring threats that I would agree with Brian if you're going to play, because I'm not one who likes to lay 35.5. And in fact, I just did this same thing with my best bet on the teaser leg being Texas Tech. I don't want to lay 34.5, but to get to 91, I don't see a problem there. Probably not for Purdue either. Just depends on what Matt Painter wants to do here. If he wants to score 93, they're going to score 93. It's that simple.
Yeah, and Rob clarified that they need the team total here is 92.5 for Purdue. That obviously that's a very high number, but I think they'll get it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to get a look at the number one team in the country. But yeah, it's tough to do anything with these spreads.
And Evansville as well, for what it's worth, Adam. Evansville, a Missouri Valley team. I'd like to know what they look like here tonight. So we'll check in.
It's going to be an awesome conference this year. I can't wait to watch Missouri Valley basketball. And they're the type of team that will finish near the bottom of that league, but is one of those scenarios where it's like, how far off are they from the top teams in that league? That's what I'll be trying to figure out, because by default, they're going to be near the bottom of that league because so many of the other teams are really good. If they end up being respectable, that's a team you can probably cash some tickets with. So certainly what I'll be looking for there as well. We are going to wrap it up to get out of the door before 11 a.m., as I've promised now to do on a regular basis. So on the way out, one more time, it is $5 Tuesday. All of us will have an option for $5 on our page, so check that out. And the 3-team parlay for today, seeing if we can start it off with back-to-back winners. Very tough to do. I always told Tokyo Brandon and Brian Leonard, if we can get one a week, we're good. We've already got our one this week, so hopefully we can just run it up and build ourselves a nice cushion for the year. We have North Carolina A&T plus 22.5. Rob is going to go with Texas Tech team total over 90.5. And Brian is on Mount St. Mary's, West Virginia, under 138.5. We'll call it plus 540. Plus 540. We'll call it for the odds. As always, shop around. You might be able to do better than that. And as always, we're going to come back and try to do better the next day. That's always our goal. So we'll be back here at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow and the rest of the week and every day this season to talk college basketball. Good luck tonight. We'll see you guys in the morning.
Happy Tuesday and welcome to Puck Time on WagerTalk. NHL games to get to. We've got sides, totals, props, team totals, 2 guests on today's show. So lots to get to on this busy slate in the NHL. Looking forward to a great show. You got to welcome in my co-host, Carmine Bianco. What's up, Carm? How are you?
I'm not bad, man. Things are good. Some great games last night. Only 4 games in the NHL, but a ton of scoring, except for the last game, the Seattle Kraken game. I actually had 2 plays, Andrew, last night in the NHL. I had the Leafs in regulation, and it looked dead. I had the Prez texting me all game saying, the Leafs suck, the Leafs suck, the Leafs suck. I'm like, relax. Somehow the Leafs score 4 straight goals in the third period and win that game 4-3. And then I had, of course, the over in the Seattle Kraken game. But I was watching the Seattle Kraken and I was watching Seattle Sounders. I had them side by side on the screens because I had a bet on the Seattle Sounders in the knockout stages. And, of course, I had the over. So I'm like, all right, let's get a ton of goals in the Seattle game and let's get the other Seattle team winning by 2. I meant it with Seattle soccer team winning 2-0. But that game finished 4-2. There were 6 goals in a soccer game and only 3 or 4 goals in the Seattle Kraken game, but whatever. 2-1 night. Overall, all access clients had a winning night, so I'm happy about that. We're going to talk your favorite team, the Montreal Canadiens and Philadelphia. You and I are going to look at that next. Don Buster joins us with likely another red top on. Red top minus 10,000 is the odds as the Dallas Stars take on the Edmonton Oilers. You and I will then do Carolina and the Rangers returning from a 3-1 road trip. Brian Leonard. I love when Brian Leonard is on and wants to talk to Vegas Golden Knights because you know he's got something in his back pocket other than a comb. And then we're going to finish it off with the same game parlay in a pod. Andrew, I haven't had a comb in like 30 plus years. I haven't, or maybe 20 plus years. I haven't had a comb. Back in the day, well before you were born, they used to have the picks. I don't know if you remember the picks. So anyways, with that said, let's get to some hockey. Montreal Canadiens minus 157, Philadelphia plus 129. Total sits here at 5.5. Andrew, you know, when I look at this game, 9-3, the Montreal Canadiens, even the diehard Montreal fans like yourself could not have expected a 9-3 start to this season. They're just playing some phenomenal hockey. They're scoring some goals. I think their last 4 games on home ice, I think I've gone over the total. Sits here at 5.5. Supposed to be Vidar and Montembeault in goal. Philadelphia, great team at home, but 0-3. They've played the fewest games on the road of all Eastern Conference teams, and they have yet to win a game. Is tonight the night that they win one in Montreal? I'm going to tell you where I'm going with this one. You know me, the Montreal Canadiens, first period money line. It has only failed to cash once in 12 games thus far. I'm going back to the well. I'm going to the well with the Montreal Canadiens first period, and I'm expecting a much more comprehensive breakdown from you.
Look, well, first of all, Carm, I'm happy you brought that trend to my attention because, man, they have looked good early in games. And sure, there's been some games where the second period they've given it away or third period they've given it away and had to win in overtime or had to win late in the game. But those first periods have been phenomenal. You know, the one thing with this Philadelphia team, they're going to come in motivated here with this one. They're going to come in motivated. They just lost 2-1 against the Calgary Flames. And we've talked about how just flat and just awful to watch. Nothing else to really say. This Flames team has been, you know, this Flames team has not been good. So to lose 2-1 to the Flames, that's tough look. But I'll tell you what, a lot of times this season that I've been in the wrong is when I've been waiting for something to change and not just following what a team's identity has been like. And, you know, tighten the CT here. Let's see how the Flyers respond to the coach rant. You know, I'm happy he said that because Carm, you were hard on Paul Maurice and ended up backfiring you. I'm not going to be hard on this guy and it'll backfire on me. I don't think Rick Tocchet's doing a good job in Philadelphia right now because if I'm not wrong, they replaced John Tortorella with Rick Tocchet, right? I mean, that's like replacing the same guy with the same guy. They're like two old school types of coaches that are going to treat the young players the same way. They're going to do things the same way. But this is supposed to be a young Philadelphia team. And as Fortunaut is telling us in the live chat right now, Tyson Forrester injury is huge for them because it breaks up that really good line that's been doing so well. This Philadelphia team, according to moneypuck.com, is the second worst team, Carm, in expected goals for per game. Expected goals for per game. They're not creating many chances. And although they're in bounce back mode here, I don't see it right now against this Montreal Canadiens team being the team that they bounce back against. So I do lean towards the Montreal Canadiens. I think if you wanted to bet any type of over, you would look towards the first period maybe, because you are going to get that sense of urgency from Philadelphia after being flat as a pancake against the Calgary Flames. But when it comes down to it, I trust this Montreal Canadiens and their offense, this team right now. The power plays look good. And one big thing, Carm, they switched Demidov from the second power play unit to the first unit. And it was the same thing as last year when Marty St. Louis had Hudson on the second power play unit for the first 2 months of the year. And then they switched him back finally to the first unit. Well, the excuse that Marty gave everybody was that he wanted to have two even-leveled power plays. Well, you don't exactly need to have two good power plays if the first one is scoring all the goals for you. Slavkovsky, Carm, has more goals today than he did last year in January. You know, this team looks a lot better, and a lot of it has to do with the power play. So I do lean towards the Montreal Canadiens side. I just simply don't think that Philadelphia is creating enough offense to go toe-to-toe with this Canadiens team. I think if anybody wants to look towards an over, maybe you would look towards the first period. But as of now, I have not seen goalie confirmation. But Sam Montembeault did get the start against Ottawa on Saturday. And to be quite frank, he didn't really look that great, Carm. And Dobish is slowly but surely stealing his job.
I'm seeing confirmed now for Montembeault.
Confirmed for Montembeault. So that is interesting. It's a big game for him. His save percentage, man, is .839. So that's kind of tricky. So maybe I'll just stick with the side for the Montreal Canadiens because I don't really know what I'm going to get from Montembeault right now. But do you know what I mean? Like we look at the analytics and you know, I know you expect you know, some Montreal favorism and not favorism, but you know, I have more to say about them. But the stats don't lie there with the expected goals for. The Seattle Kraken and Philadelphia Flyers are the two worst teams this season, 5-on-5 in expected goals for.
Yeah, I don't call that favoritism, Andrew, because you're breaking down and you're hard on the team when they're playing bad. So you take the good with the bad. It just they're having such a good season, and yeah, the coach's rant is something, but we've seen where it doesn't work sometimes. If you remember, I think it was a couple of years ago. I think it was Jamie Benn and who else in Dallas that were getting. They were getting ripped by their coach or GM for not producing, and it didn't really change much that season, or at least the short term. We'll see whether Tocchet's the right guy or not. I don't know. They've had a heavy home schedule thus far. Like I said, I think 7 or 8 of their games have been on home ice. They're playing extremely well. Vidar had that great run at home, but unfortunately, the Leafs got 5 on him, or scored 4 on him before he was pulled. We'll see what the Flyers bring tonight. I'm not willing to take plus 129 on the Flyers in this spot. It's a weird game for me because I'm not willing to take plus 129 on the Flyers, and I'm not willing to lay 157 with the Montreal Canadiens. And I think that's why I'm sticking to the first period money line. I always say stick with a prop or a trend until it loses a couple times in a row. Don't give up on it just once. And the Montreal Canadiens, only one first period loss for them where they've trailed after 20 minutes. So I think that's the direction I'm going to go. We got Don Buster coming in a minute for the Edmonton and Dallas game, but wanted to mention, Andrew, in that third period last night, the Leafs put William Nylander on the number 1 line in the third period with Austin Matthews and Matthew Nyes and it seemed to have sparked the team. The problem is you can't do that. I don't believe, Andrew, you can do that each and every game, because who plays on your second line then? You can't become just a one-line unit. It's probably a team that's going to need some help and need some help soon to replace those lost points from Marner. But we'll see how they react. The Penguins definitely had them. They definitely had them until they didn't in that third period. All right, here we are. Do we cash the bet with the Dawn Buster red top? Let's bring him in.
Ooh,
Oh,
sort of.
Just a little red. Just a little red.
Oh. Andrew, I think he was watching the show and went and changed on purpose. He didn't want us to cash, because you know him. Just a little red he's wearing.
No, I told you last week, Carmine, that I wouldn't wear red again for you, because you do run the show and everything, and I do like coming on here a couple times a week and breaking down a game and talking hockey with you guys. So
no, it was I'm perfectly fine with whatever you want to wear, dude. You want to wear a blouse, you wear a blouse. It doesn't matter to me. It was that backdrop. It was screwing with my rods and cones. You know what I mean? I couldn't see after a while. But you're going to break down Edmonton and Dallas, minus 127 for Dallas. Edmonton on the second of a back-to-back are plus 105 with a total of 6. It's going to be Casey DeSmith in goal tonight, even though it's not confirmed, or it might have been confirmed, because obviously Jake Ottinger welcomed in a new child, so God bless him and his family. So he won't be in goal tonight. DeSmith, not the best start. He's 1-1-1 or 1-2. I think he's allowed like 10 goals across 3 games. How you breaking this one down?
Yeah, there's no doubt that DeSmith will give you a little pause if you like Dallas, which I do. But we'll talk about Edmonton here, coming to Dallas after losing last night 3-2 in St. Louis. Now they play a back-to-back against, Dallas has been playing a lot better, and this is also going to be the Oilers' dreaded third game in 4 nights. Now, Dallas last played on Saturday, and they should be good and rested for this one. They have had a rough start to the season, Dallas, but they are playing way, way better hockey of late. If you actually look at the scores, you look and say, oh, well, they're not playing that well, Buster. They're on a 2-game losing streak. Yeah, but you know what? They lost both those games in the good old NHL coin flip that we have going, which has to be, I know you guys have talked about it, but we got to do better in the NHL for that overtime stuff, because it really is a coin flip, especially the way they play 3-on-3 now. You could actually argue that Dallas could be on a 6-game winning streak, because even they won 3, they lost 2 in the coin flip, but they lost the game before in the coin flip. So, any kind of puck luck, they're 6-0, and all of a sudden, even with DeSmith in net, this line's probably 140, 145. But of course, it is short because DeSmith is playing, and let's always say he can be any type. He has been that good lately, but he's capable. And also, I think this price is a little short is because people like Edmonton. People bet Edmonton. And they're only, I think, 6-5-3, or what I like to say. They're 6-8 on a season, wins and losses. So, again, I understand people like betting Edmonton, but I just think it's a bad play tonight. And I'll give you a couple other reasons why I believe it's a bad play. As we all know, Edmonton have beat Dallas out of the playoffs the last couple of years. Last year, they beat them 4-1. So this will be the first time they see each other. Yeah, I always like that kind of stuff going on, even though it was last year. But also, this situation that we have with the back-to-back for Edmonton here, this has happened so far this year twice, and both times they were on the road. Edmonton lost to New Jersey and Detroit on back-to-backs October 18th and 19th. And they've also lost to Seattle and Vancouver back-to-back on the road October 25th and 26th. Oh, they lost to St. Louis on the road they lose to Dallas on the road. So because of the Smith being in net, we do make a small play on Edmonton here. I'm sure if Ottinger was in net, like I said, I think the line would be a little bit higher, and we might even make it a little bit bigger of a bet because of the Edmonton situation. Now, of course, I will go through the total quickly here for anybody who want to look into bet this. You do see Carmine had mentioned the line is 6. It's actually 6 over 15, but there's a lot of 6.5s under 25. So, as I always say, bet accordingly on what you like. Of course, if you're betting under, grab those 6.5 unders. Even though if you have to lay a little bit of juice, if you like it over, obviously you bet it over the 6. When these clubs get together, they have like last season, and we'll even include the playoffs. They were 5-3 to the over. Right now, Edmonton, the last 6 games, they're 3-3 over and under. But here's the thing: Dallas has been a dead under team. They are 7-1 to the under their last 8 games, and that's 4 straight unders at home as well. And tell you the truth, guys, normally I would be looking to bet this over, especially with Dallas in that bad situation. And these teams do tend to, play a little bit more open against each other. But just the way Dallas has been playing, and the way they might try to protect the Smith, the bad spot for Edmonton, I want no part of this total. We make a small play on Dallas.
Yeah, Buster. The weird thing in this one, and you touched on possibly taking like the under if you get it at 6.5 or what have you, is, and Andrew, I want you to chime in here. You're a big team totals guy. The Edmonton Oilers this season on their team total are 2-12. Their team total 0-8 on the road. Their team total here is 2.5 minus 160 to the over. And the 3.5 is plus money on the 3.5, of course, but you would have to lay minus 200 juice that they don't get there. They don't get the 4 in this one. A lot of vig between the 2.5 and the 3.5. Would you even bother to touch that, Andrew, first, and then Buster, if you want to chime in?
Carm, this kind of reminds me of yesterday when I texted you to make fun of the Leafs, and you told me, "Oh, actually, I have a play on them, so we can't make fun of them tonight." Well, I had a play on the Oilers team total yesterday, and you're bringing up the Oilers team total.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay,
but you know what though? I think it's this is a good instance though, guys, for it's not always a successful plan to fade a team on a back-to-back. It's not like it's an automatic thing, right? Like everybody talks about the back-to-backs and all that stuff. Like this Edmonton team, they probably won't be happy with how they played yesterday. They're not going to be satisfied by any means. And as you mentioned, Carm, I know that team total trend has not been good for this Oilers team, but it also goes to show, look where they are in their division. They're not where they want to be. I think overall, this team at the end of the year, a lot of their wins, they're going to have put up at least 4 goals. That's who they are, And sure, Roslovic stayed hot. Mangiapane stayed hot. Some of those guys are scoring, but you need the big guns tonight. So it's kind of interesting, Buster. Sometimes, like you talked about, like the back-to-back, it's not always a fade angle. Sometimes it's a motivation angle for these teams.
Well, you know what, Andrew? I've just been mentioning what's been happening with Edmonton. I don't think they've been playing good hockey, and this is what's happened with them the 2 times that they've faced the same exact situation this season. And I'm not sure. I didn't go back far enough to see if they were both 3 out of 4 games. I don't think they were. So to me, that even makes it worse because it's the 3rd game in 4 nights. So yeah, there's no doubt about that. There's lots of teams that are very good on back-to-backs, that they have a great record when after losing the first on a back-to-back. I'm just saying it didn't matter to me whether win and loses, but I'm just going by the stats of what's happened to the Oilers this year. And again, they're just not playing that well. And I think Dallas is playing a lot better hockey, even though, like I said, they had they don't get any puck luck if it goes to overtime. And as far as what Carmine was saying about laying, as you guys know, I won't lay anything. 160 is usually is about the highest I will go. Not even usually, that is, and very seldom do I even lay that. with anything, whether totals and money line, baseball money line, NFL, it doesn't matter. Like that's just something that I started, somebody taught me or somebody just said that way. I understand that you'll have a guy on here coming here, my buddy Brian, who has no problem laying big numbers, but he's good at it. Believe me, I tried when I was younger. I got killed. Anytime I tried to lay a big number with anything, 180, no, never could win. So I learned the hard way, but I strongly suggest not laying those numbers. I'm pretty sure Carmine doesn't lay a lot of big numbers. I'm not sure about you, Andrew. But again, anytime I see a big number like that, it's just an automatic pass.
All right, Buster, let us know what do you got going on over at WagerTalk. It's $5 customer appreciation day at WagerTalk. So all plays from cappers and are $5. Any of the plays that aren't on today's card, that might be for the NFL Thursday or college football Saturday, NFL Sunday, they go back to regular pricing at midnight on Tuesday night. So make sure to head over to WagerTalk and take advantage of the $5 capper ones. What do you got up, Buster?
Yeah, thanks, Carmen. Yeah, like you say, customer appreciation day, only $5. We put up a 4% NHL best bet. We're having a nice little run on these, 4-1 their last 5. So head on over to the site and grab that best bet for $5. And thanks a lot, guys, for having me on again. And best of luck to everybody tonight with all your bets.
All right.
Good
luck, Buster.
Good to see you guys.
You and I and Braley will get together soon for a couple of cold ones, cold wobbly pops. Don't worry about it. All right.
Definitely.
All right.
Definitely. I'm heading out hopefully by December 1st back to Mexico.
Yeah, we're shipping you. We're tossing you over that wall and you're not coming back. Anyways.
That
Best
works.
of luck to you. Andrew, let's talk Carolina and the New York Rangers. I looked at this line last night and I saw the opener. Carolina's like minus 134. I'm like, that line's going to come down. I like Carolina, but I'm not betting them at 134. I'm going to wait for the money to come in on the Rangers. And now you're seeing the line in which it's where I believe it likely should be. You see Carolina minus 116, 104, minus 104 for the New York Rangers in this one. Total sits at 5.5. Last 4 meetings, Carolina's won all 4. So they've got that going for them. 3-1 road trip for the Rangers. They didn't show up in Calgary. And then they win 3 straight. The Edmonton Oilers, Vancouver, and the win over the Seattle Kraken. But 0-5 at home, Andrew. Is it time? Is it time for the Blue Shirts to get a win at home against a Carolina team that isn't playing their best hockey at the moment?
Well, market-wise, Carm, I think that I agree with what you're saying about getting that better number on Carolina, but I've had a lot of success backing the team that was involved in the overnight flip, and of course that is this New York Rangers team, with this pretty much being a pick'em now. Looking at the odds logic screen, it's pretty much settled in everywhere. Looking at this number opening up upwards of minus 130 and now settling down a little bit here. This New York team has made a difference in how they've played over the last couple of games. And sure, they've had some timely goals. They've had some third period goals. They've had some big players step up. Carolina, a couple of injuries for them they're dealing with, but also more of an on and off season for them. One game they'll score 6, one game they score 1, one game they give up 6, one game they don't give up 1. It's been very inconsistent for them here. But to me, there's 2 things that I lean here. I haven't gotten to the window. I do lean towards the home team, but I actually like the under 5.5. I know Carolina's got offense. I know Carolina has skaters that can play, but when I talk about these advanced metrics, I think it's very important, especially now that we're here November 4th, that we don't just talk about full season analytics. We talk about the last week analytics, the last 2 weeks analytics. And what's funny is the New York Rangers, when they weren't having success, Carm, their best analytics were their offensive analytics. But right now, they are the second best team in the last 2 weeks in goals, expected goals against. Their defense is playing better. Their goaltending is playing better. And maybe when they go back at home, they're going to play a better defensive performance than we've seen from them on home ice. So 5.5 is low, but I do lean towards the under and a small lean on the home side. But don't really want to bet against Carolina. So I'll take the under 5.5 in this one here. I just think that part of the success we've seen from New York has been great play in their D zone and their zone exits. So we'll see if that continues tonight against Carolina.
Yeah, I think you look at Carolina, we talked about it. They had a great start to the season, winning games, but they've lost 3 of the last 4 games. The one win came against the New York Islanders where they beat them 6-2, but they lose 2-1 to the Bruins. And and I watched that game. They looked listless in that game. The Bruins are playing some decent hockey at home, but it's a game in which the Hurricanes would normally win if they, based on what the rosters look like right now and how the teams will progress throughout the season. They lose at home 6-3 to the Vegas Golden Knights, a bit of a revenge. It was supposed to be a bit of a revenge game there, but it didn't turn out to be. And they lose to the Dallas Stars. It's not the best. It's not the best run for this team. They're going to get better. A couple injuries for them as well too. I tend to lean to the under, kind of like you do, Andrew, because I watched that game. I watched a couple of the Rangers games. I didn't see the Edmonton one. I watched the Calgary one, and they were done and dusted in that one. They just did not show up. But they kept the Seattle Kraken to something like 13 shots. I think it was 13 shots, which included OT. They shut down the Vancouver Canucks, who somehow scored 5 or 6 goals last night. They shut them down in Vancouver, where the Canucks had 10 shots through 2 periods of play. If you don't get shots on goal, you're not going to score goals. It's just the way it is. If they can do the same to Carolina, and the only thing that worries me is first game back after that long road trip and a successful road trip. If they can bring that good mojo with them and play a defensive game like Sullivan wants them to play, then the under has to be the play here in this one, because this would easily be one of those 2-1, 3-1 with an empty netter type of games. So I would lean under with you as well too. And with that said, we got to bring in, this is, as I refer to him, the shot of Bailey's with your coffee, Brian Leonard.
What a nickname.
There he is. Yes, there he is. The man who always has a comb or a pick in his back pocket, along with a wad of cash, because this guy just keeps on winning, And then he makes Marco pick up the tab because, Brian and I will excuse ourselves from the table. We're just going to the bathroom and then we leave. And Marco has no choice but to take care of the tab. Stick the owner of the company with the tab. That's what I say, Brian. What do you think?
Well, he does put it on his credit card so he can write it off, but he makes all of us pay him the cash, and then he pockets that, and then he does.
So he collects points and he collects cash. Yeah. Smart man.
I do the same thing. I can't blame him.
Oh. Brian,
great beard there, Andrew. It's coming in very well. Impressive.
Yeah. It's his playoff beard.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not.
No, you're like me. You have problems growing it in certain areas. My beard won't go all the way in. Yours looks better than mine does already.
Well, thank you. I have a sore throat from screaming and yelling about the Blue Jays on last Friday and Saturday. So been a bit under the weather. And so I've just been too lazy to shave, honestly. That's been the main reason. But hopefully someday we'll get there. Hopefully someday. You got the volume though, Brian. You got the volume there.
Speaking of the Blue Jays, and I'll make this quick, and then we're going to get to this game. A buddy of mine left for Vegas on Monday. He's staying at Planet Hollywood with his wife. And he sends me a picture from the airport here in Toronto. He's like, look who I ran into. And it was him and Nathan Luquez of the Blue Jays. So he got out of town quickly. Already? No, he was in Toronto before they left. Oh. So he was leaving in the morning as well too. Vladdy's already in Cancun or wherever the heck, Dominican. He went somewhere. It's cold in Toronto. I woke up to frost on the windows this morning when I was doing my regular coffee run. Brian, the Vegas Golden Knights, minus 196. Detroit Red Wings plus 159. Total sits here at 6. Give us some good nuggets on this one, some golden nuggets.
After our previous guest talked about how I didn't mind giving out favorites, if there's value on the board, I give it out. You can get them for a lot less than 196 here, but this has got to be a really good spot for Las Vegas in this one. The last 2 days I had plays I gave on underdogs that went straight up. I had St. Louis yesterday, and I believe I had Anaheim the day before. So I do play more underdogs and favorites, but I couldn't pass this one up. You got a Detroit team who's our friend Marco, who we just mentioned, would call fat and happy coming into this contest. They've won 3 or 4 games so far on this road trip. Now they're in Vegas, and I don't want to disparage the city of Detroit at all. I've been to Detroit many times. I like it. Our office is in Detroit. But it's pretty cold up there right now, I would assume. And in Vegas, it's a nice day, and they have gambling. And so how focused will Detroit be on this? And Detroit, to be honest with you, has played Vegas pretty well over the years. I believe they're 7-6 overall. They have lost the last 3, I believe, in Vegas. But Detroit comes in very satisfied, and it's just this opposite here in Las Vegas. Vegas has lost 3 of the last 4 games. They were basically a no-show against Colorado. They've been outscored, and they've given up the first goal in 9 of their 11 games. Yet they've only lost 2 games so far this season in regulation. That tells you how good this team can be and how good of a team it is. If you take a look at the 2 key players for Vegas, Eichel's having a terrific season. He's fared very well in the past against Detroit. And Mitch Marner. Mitch Marner averages about 2 points per game against this Red Wings team. Vegas has had problems with their power play ever since Mark Stone went out. They're home now. They've been home since they lost that game to the Colorado Avalanche. They had a big deal the other day. They had a big charity ball going on here, and all the players got out, got to meet the fans, and a lot of donations for charity. And so they're feeling pretty good about themselves right now, but they've had plenty of time to prepare. And if you take a look at their schedule, they've got a lot of home games in a row here in Vegas. They're very set right now. This is the second game of 6 straight at home. This is good practice time for this team. They've had a lot of new players because of the injuries. They've got some guys that have been brought up from the minor league teams. Both of their goalies right now have been brought up from Henderson, the Silver Knights. But both of them have done really well. Just because you're a young goalie does not mean you don't perform well. And Akira Schmidt's going to be in goal tonight. He's 5-1. His only loss was to these Detroit Red Wings. They've been very good. His backup goalie now has been very good. So I'm really excited about this Vegas team. If you remember back when they went to the championship, they had a lot of injuries for the goalies, and they had these guys that come up and got that chance to play. And I was watching, obviously the hockey games the other day, and some of the national announcers talked about that. They said being able to get these young guys in there to play these games that mean something really gives you a benefit come playoff time. And we've got these 2 guys from Vegas right now that have dominated Detroit. The coach really laid into them because they continually get beat. As soon as the game starts the other day against Colorado, they get, less than a minute into the game, they give up a goal. It's just a bad defensive turnover. I expect Vegas to be really prepared here. Detroit, because of the situation they're in, I think it's a game where they're not going to have that full energy. So I'm going to lay it with Vegas here. The line is heavy, no doubt about it, but rarely do you find the better team in this kind of situation. And they have something to play for, and they're going to be home all week. This is something I want to play on right here for Vegas. I don't normally lay these type of numbers, but I still think it's cheap. Give me Vegas, and I'll lay the 185 or whatever it is right now.
Brian, how much? Oh, sorry, Carm.
No, go ahead.
How much does it help the case, I guess, for the last game of the roadie or one of the last games here for the Red Wings, that it was a pretty good road trip, and this is a focus spot here for Vegas because unfortunately I was on the wrong side of their contest against the Ducks. They ended up getting away from them pretty fast, but they responded the following 2 days later with that overtime or shootout victory over the Sharks. The Vegas Golden Knights aren't really a team you want to exhale against, but do you see that coming here? You talked about the Marco, the fat and happy, the sassy, but do you see that, or does the team get up for Vegas? Because I feel like it's kind of hard to have Vegas be one of the last games of your. Like if I was a GM or a coach, I would want Vegas to be one of the first games of my road trip. Certainly not one of the last.
Yeah, they've been very good at home in their entire career here. And there will be some Detroit fans. Detroit travels very well. Chris Zanuck, one of our handicappers on the site, he's a Detroit fan. I took him to a game one time. Of course, he spent all of his time on his Twitter account without watching the game, so I'm never taking him again. But, Detroit really does show up in Vegas. But, because they have had so much success here and surviving that game against the Sharks the other day, I think it brings them in a little bit overconfident here going against a Vegas team that really has not played very well so far this season, and yet they're able to get these points, get these games to overtime, at least get a point in the games they have not looked good in. I think Vegas is going to go on a nice run. I know Carmine, he'll talk about this in his 6 and 60 a lot of times. He picks out such situations where he thinks a team is going to struggle or a team is going to get on a nice run. I'm pulling a Carmine here. I expect Vegas to be on a nice run this week.
All right. I love it, Brian. A couple of things, and we're going to touch on. So first of all, as far as Andrew said, this is the last game for Detroit. Maybe they'll head back. They don't play for, I think, 3 days from now. They play 4-game homestand, which are all winnable games for Detroit. I think you look at it and they play the New York Rangers, the Chicago Blackhawks, the Anaheim Ducks, who are playing well, but playing well on home ice, and then they play the Buffalo Sabres. Those, to me, are winnable games for them. John Gibson's record against the Vegas Golden Knights, not the greatest, and I get it. A lot of it came from playing with Anaheim, but he is 6-18-5 with a .337 goals against average, 905 save percentage against the Vegas Golden Knights. I don't think he wants to be in goal tonight. He probably wants to be at the roulette wheel betting red or black. But we're missing, and you guys will not find this anywhere on the internet. You're missing the one metric, the one stat that matters most on why the Detroit Red Wings are currently tied for number one in the Eastern Conference. And you know what that is? It is that Johnny Detroit.
I knew it. You didn't let me guess. I knew it. You didn't let me guess.
Johnny Detroit, if you're listening, you gave up your season tickets and they're in first place. First place. Oh,
team should be paying Johnny to sign up for tickets and then cancel the next year. And they'll go.
I wouldn't go that far. We're not disparaging them, but I get it. Ticket prices go up. The team wasn't playing great last year. They're off to a very good start this year. They need to make the playoffs and win back Johnny's Bucks.
I'll tell you, Marco and I have season tickets. I've had them for the first 6 years, and Marco shared them, I believe, the last 3. We gave them up the year the Vegas won the championship. And one of our friends, he's not on the site, but one of our good friends, Mark Lawrence, used to have season tickets for the Cleveland Cavaliers. He gave them up the year that LeBron James was drafted. So we have a history of making bad choices when it comes to season tickets.
LaFlop. Brian, what do you got up on $5 Tuesdays over at WagerTalk?
I went to Akron University. I graduated in 1985. I followed the MAC extremely well over the years. In fact, that's how I got my name back when I came to Vegas, because back then the MAC was on the ADA board. So I could handicap the MAC and have a lot of success. And tonight and tomorrow, if you're looking for college football, it's MAC Tuesday and Wednesday. And I've got a nice 4% play up right now in the MAC, and you can pick that up right now. We're on a 22-11 run in college football. It's been really nice the last 2 months in the college game. And I didn't have any plays during the week last week in college football. The week before I swept. It's we've been doing very well, and we've got a MAC game going tonight, and we really love it. So that's only $5, and no need to buy our hockey play. You just got it, and that's our 5% play. So you saved, or 4% play, excuse me. So you save some money on the hockey game just by tuning in to this play right here. And let's continue our winning ways. I know you guys are having some nice hockey seasons, And let's get back some more winners tonight.
All right, Bri, always a pleasure to have you on. You will be back on Thursday, and looking forward to it, because by then, I think by Thursday, you are going to know pretty much your full cards for both college football and NFL, and we want to make sure that people take advantage of that. So good luck. And if you're going to the Vegas Golden Knights game tonight, just remember they are 8-3 to the first period over this season, and 4-1 on home ice to the first period over 1.5. And it's only $1.27 vig tonight. So maybe let's see a couple goals in that first period to get that up to 9-3. But best of luck, Bri.
See you, Bri.
Andrew, I'm going to do the pod first, and then you will, because you hit one hell of a same game parlay yesterday for the folks here if they followed along. So we have to end it with something that won yesterday and will win again tonight. So I will do the pod first. Steve O was asking if we're going to cover the Anaheim, Florida game. You're going to get it right now. That is what this line from when we had this image created to the start of the show has absolutely ballooned on the Florida Panthers. They were 142 this morning. They are now, if you go to Odds Logic, I believe they're 165 in some places. They have taken a ton of action this morning, but the bet was put in this morning for the pod. So that is the line that is being used, the 142. A couple things you got to look at here. These two teams played. This is the first game of the road trip for Florida. Rapid revenge spot. They lost to Anaheim 3-2 in Florida. And if you looked at just the analytics, there was no way you would have thought that this was a 3-2 loss for Florida. 33-17 shots on goal. Somewhat important, not very important, but 14-8 high danger chances. And probably the biggest disparity is the XG number, 6.05 to 2.74 for Florida, and they lose the game 3-2 in OT. That is one of those ones in which the goalie figuratively stood on his head, and not literally stood on his head. And I'm going to look for the rapid revenge spot. So it is the Florida Panthers minus 142 as your pod play. And now we go to Andrew McInnes for a same game parlay.
Carm, we got a few rapid revenge spots on the board for today. So hopefully we can cash some of those tickets. This is not the best format for my same game parlay, but hey, we hit yesterday, guys. It was over 10-1 with the same game parlay. So let's try and do it again. We've got two plays from two different games. So Carter Verhaeghe, over 2.5 shots on goal, 3+ shots on goal. He has hit this in 6 of his last 7 games against Anaheim. Anaheim is one of the worst teams in the league as far as expected goals against and shots on goal allowed. Reinhardt on that first power play unit, of course, and on that top line. They'll be looking for revenge in this one, as Carmine just mentioned. The Panthers with that rapid revenge angle against the Ducks here today. Matthew Boldy, 4+ shots on goal, over 3.5 here, plus 115. You got to love this price on this one. He has, in head-to-head matchup, in this spot here against Nashville, gone over this number in 5 of his last 6 games. All right. Sometimes when I'm looking at these player props and the same game parlays, I want to look towards how guys have done head to head. His shot attempts have been 8, 10, 12, whatever it is. Boldy likes to have good games against the Nashville Predators, and Eriksson Ek is a guy that always gets on the board, especially at home for this Minnesota Wild team. Top power play unit, top line right now for this Wild team. This takes us to plus 556. Yes, guys, yesterday we cashed a 10-1 same gamer. Today we're going a little bit easier, a little bit lighter, but I do like this one quite a bit. Plus 556. Eriksson Ek point, Verhaeghe over 2.5 shots on goal, Reinhardt point, and Boldy over 3.5 shots on goal. Get the job done here, guys. Let's go back to back with these. And remember, just a little sprinkle with these same gamers every day. But also for some of the ones like the Boldy You want to go ahead and single bet that. It's plus 115. You don't want to go ahead. But the ones that are minus 200, like the Reinhardt, those are good to put on the same game parlays. But looking forward to it, and hopefully we can cash some of these tickets. $5 Tuesday, guys. I will have a 4% best bet at WagerTalk.com, then a couple 3% plays. But we're trying to get back in rhythm in the NHL right now, and I think today sets up for a really good day for it. So, Carm, just one best bet for me for $5. That's what we're rocking with, and of course that Weekend Warrior play, Weekend Warrior special. Most people use it for college football and NFL. I use Weekend Warrior for CFL and NFL. And of course, we got the CFL conference finals this weekend after we cashed our best bet last weekend. So lots of great stuff, and hopefully we can cash some tickets. And shout out to everybody that joined me yesterday on the Same Gamer. Sounds like a couple of you guys that actually hopped on it. So happy to hear it.
Yep. Pizza money, Andrew. Just toss a little bit of pizza money on it. Just make sure that pizza does not have pineapple. I don't care what Dan Alexander, our fearless leader and producer and head of the Eagles fan club says. It's Eagles and the Bills in the Super Bowl. I have to bring back the ladder challenge that failed 10 out of 10 times last season to get Dan and I to the Super Bowl. Maybe this year I'll get Dan to make the picks for the ladder challenge, because, well, they are the defending champions, so Dan knows what he's doing. For me, 3 different $5 plays that you can get. One in the NHL tonight, one in Champions League, an afternoon game that goes at 3 p.m., and of course, an NFL play as well, too. So last week's NFL $5 customer appreciation day play won by like 30 some odd points. So let's see if we can do it again. It's been a great season in the NFL as well, too. That's it, guys. We appreciate you guys all tuning in. Drop a comment in the comment section of this video. If you're watching it a little later on, hit that like button. And of course, don't forget to subscribe and join the ever-growing community here at WagerTalk TV. For myself, Andrew McInnes, and our guests, Brian Leonard and Don Buster, this is Puck Time. Thanks for watching.
Today, the gold standard of sports betting shows where we talk the walk. It is $5. We got a little bit of everything. Jesse is going to grace us with 2 more teams that he's going to fade, which is always one of my favorite segments. We're going to talk a little NBA with him as well. Brian Power is going to join us, talk Thunder and Clippers. And there was something funny that happened with the Texas and Duke game that I'm going to tell Brian about. And then we're going to talk with our good friend Lawrence Presman. We're going to break down the Germany game between the Falcons and my Colts. And we're going to introduce our weekly guest, Johnny Y. I'm going to ask Prez another question about why. So we got a jam-packed show. It's $5 Tuesday. Should be an awesome show. And we get things always with Jesse. While we're doing that, please hit the like button if you're watching this live. You're watching the tape delay, whatever the hell you want to call it, Jesse. I'm dying here. Hit the like button, please. Helps the algorithm out. So Jesse, you got some monster teams that we're going to talk about fading. Like you're swinging for the fences on this one. I can't wait to break down these 2 teams. But first off, how are you, my friend?
Doing well. I got a haircut. I went to the gym, got a brand new pink t-shirt on. I don't know if anybody can see that, but it was a pretty good weekend for me, I got to say. Pretty good week. Not as good as yours, though, I noticed.
It's been an incredible 3 days. Yes, I appreciate you. I appreciate you bringing that up. It's been pretty cool. We got a lot of things going our way, but let's go talk. What 2 teams are we fading? I was really surprised when I see these messages in Slack. Who you want to start with?
Yeah, I mean, people have called me crazy before, Andy, and they'll probably call me crazy again, and that's fine. But Indiana, 9-0, 6-3 against the spread. Maybe the best team in the country. But then again, I've heard that before. They were saying that about Miami a couple weeks ago. I'm fading. I'm looking to fade undefeated teams. There's 4 undefeated teams left. Indiana is one of them. 9-0. They're going on the road at Penn State. Obviously, Indiana is the better team. They're a favorite for a reason. They're laying 15.5 points. So last week, I did give out Penn State as a dog against Ohio State. They ended up losing that game 38-14 as a 20.5 point underdog. Now, my clients got Penn State for the first half, and they covered easily by a touchdown in the first half. They were actually knocking on the door on the final series of the game, 1st and goal. Ended up interception in the end zone. That would have made it 38-21, which would have got them the cover. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but that was on the road at the Shoe. This is at home. This is the single most valuable home field advantage in college football over the years, as I understand it. And as good as Indiana is, as great as they look, and they may well be the best team in college football, it's still not easy to go into Penn State and put up big numbers and win by margin. Nobody's done it this year. In fact, that loss to Ohio State was the first double-digit loss for Penn State this season. I mean, they've lost some games, but they haven't been getting blown out. And you look at this Indiana team, yeah, they won 30-20 at Oregon. That score could have been worse. Oregon was thoroughly outplayed in that game. They won 20-15 at Iowa, and these are 2 common opponents. Penn State played close games. They lost in overtime at home to Oregon, and they lost by, I think, 1 point to Iowa, or by a very slim margin at Iowa. Last week, we saw Katron Allen and Nick Singleton play quite well. They both scored touchdowns. Nick Singleton showed a little bit of juice. He'd been struggling throughout the season. I guess coming off a bye, he looked like he had some juice to him. And the quarterback, the freshman Grunkmeyer, I was getting criticized, people coming into the comments in my videos saying, that quarterback sucks. He's going to throw 2 interceptions. Well, he is a freshman. He's up against it. But I thought he looked all right considering the opposition. He threw for 145 yards, 19 of 28 passing, no touchdowns. Now, he did throw the interception, but that was when they were down 4 scores at the end of the game on the goal line in the end zone. So those kind of interceptions I don't hold against a guy too much. He did run for 38 yards on 4 carries, I believe. Picked up a few first downs with his legs. Like I say, a home game for Penn State. Coach Nicky at offensive coordinator, Knowles at defensive coordinator. I picked Penn State as the most overrated team in the country in the preseason. I said I don't like their coach and I don't like their quarterback. Well, the coach is gone. The quarterback's gone. I kind of like this Penn State as a big dog in this game. So give me the points and sprinkle on the money line.
Care to make things interesting, Jesse?
What are you going to make me wear next week?
All right, put in the chat. Jesse and I are going ahead. You can't get in front of this wagon, this steamroll machine that is my Indiana Hoosiers. We're a football school now. Put in the chat, what do Jesse and I have to wear? Jesse's going to get
ugly Christmas sweater, clown nose, dunce cap.
I like the Billy Bob teeth for me. So yes, I will gladly take my Indiana Hoosiers. They've been their team totals have just been cash cows the last couple of seasons. So that should be fun to monitor. So, all right, you got another big team here, and this team's at home. What's this next team you're fading? I can't wait to hear this one.
Yeah, we got Oregon at Iowa at Kinnick. Supposed to be cold weather. It is November. And you look at this line, the Ducks are just laying 6 points, and the line tells me an awful lot. You look at this Oregon team, their signature win comes against the previously mentioned Penn State in overtime. At the time, that looked like a fantastic win. Now, not so much. Oregon struggled with Wisconsin in their last game. They won 21-7. Of course, they didn't cover. Iowa is just continually underrated. Nobody likes this Iowa team. The Associated Press doesn't like them. They're not ranked in the top 25, very controversially right now. They've lost 2 games. They lost by 3 on the road at Iowa State. They lost by 5 at home to Indiana. Now you look at those, and those are the common opponent of Indiana. They beat Oregon outright. We don't really handicap using transitive properties, but using it as proof of concept that they can hang with an elite team at home. They're tied with Ohio State for the number 1 run defense in the Big Ten. They're only allowing 2.6 yards per game. Like I said, we're expecting some weather in Iowa City in this game. Could be pretty windy. Expected to be a running game where they're focusing on the running game. And yeah, the number 1 Big Ten run defense, allowing 2.6 yards per game, and stop the presses. Iowa has a top 10 offense, ladies and gentlemen. They rank 9th in the Big Ten, scoring 31 points per game. That's up from 15.4 points per game in 2023. If Iowa can score points, we know they can play defense. Their defense might not be as elite as it was a couple years ago. It's still pretty damn good. This is a tough game for Oregon, and the total sits at 41.5. And that tells me an awful lot too, because if this is going to be a rock fight, you don't want to be laying points with Oregon. And that for the bookmakers to set the number that low, clearly they're not expecting Oregon to run up the score. I think this will be a close game. I'll take the 6. I'll sprinkle on the money line with Iowa.
Well, you're getting some agreement here in the chat that I'm going down here. I actually love this fade spot for Oregon, and you touched on something really important there. The book's kind of telling us a story with this line. Like this is kind of a curious line. You would I wonder what it be on a neutral field. The weather, the Iowa doing their home Iowa things. It's kind of interesting to think about.
Probably looking at 9.5 on a neutral. That would be my best guess. But I mean, again, it's a very strong home field advantage for Iowa. It's just a tough spot for Oregon. And yeah, the fact that it isn't even at 7, and there's just going to be a lot of casual money. It's an automatic bet on Oregon if it's under 7, and the bookmakers aren't afraid of that. I would say certainly the Iowa money is sharp money this week.
I can't believe they got a good offense.
What is going on? Top 10 in the Big Ten. I didn't say good. I didn't say good.
Okay, good. All right. But it's a serviceable offense.
I don't want people running around Twitter saying Jesse said that Iowa has a good offense.
Let's move to the NBA here. To me, the 76ers are just an insane surprise. I took their team total under, with the thinking being Embiid's always going to be hurt, Paul George is always going to be hurt, and now it turns out that's probably the best thing for this team is when those two guys are not playing. The Bulls, though, no slouches themselves, so both these teams have been pleasant surprises. I find myself watching the 76ers on League Pass quite a bit because those two guards are just insanely good. Interesting game here tonight. We got 76ers and Bulls. How do you break this one down?
Yeah, this is another game, I think, where the number is telling us a story. I'm looking at the total. It opened at 239.5, which is already pretty damn high. It's now up to 240.5. It'll probably continue to take money on the over. The Sixers lead the NBA in scoring. They're averaging 126 points per game. The Bulls aren't far behind, averaging 122. Neither of these teams very strong defensively. The Sixers allowing 118 points per game. The Bulls 116 points per game. I'm looking at the player prop market. You know, you got a game where it's expected to be fast paced, a lot of buckets. So a lot of guys could be going over their individual performance numbers. And I'm going to look at a guy that you mentioned, Joel Embiid. He's ramping up his minutes. He's been playing about 20 minutes per game. In fact, he played 20 minutes in his first game, 20 minutes the next game, then 23. And then his last game, I think on Friday, he played 25 minutes. So he's trending in that upward direction. He scored 20 points in back-to-back games. His points total for this game is sitting at 19.5. He's really owned Chicago in his career. He's averaging 29.4 points, 11.7 rebounds, and 4.5 assists in 17 career games against the Bulls. And the Bulls are one of the worst teams in the NBA defending opposing centers. They're allowing 25 points per game to opposing centers. Only 5 teams are allowing more than that. So I think Embiid will get his 25 minutes tonight and probably score around 25 points. His points total sits at 19.5. As long as he can stay healthy for 25 minutes, he should get there. He's pretty good at the free throw line as well. And there should be plenty of points to go around in this one, Andy.
I like that one. Yeah, it's been fascinating watching them with Joel Embiid on the court and without. I mean, they literally are on the verge of having this insane team that can play really good half-court offense with Embiid, and then they can just get out and run with Maxey and Edgecombe. So I'll be watching this game tonight for sure. All right, Jesse, it's $5 Tuesday over at WagerTalk. What do you have up for everyone?
I have an NBA player prop posted. I'm hitting 51 or I'm up 51 units with player props dating back to 2021. That's good for number one in profit with NBA props at WagerTalk during that time frame. A game I really like. It's I'm not going to say much more about it, but $5 you can find out all you need to know about it.
All right, Jesse Schul, we're going head-to-head on the IU Penn State game. Good luck in your $5 play, Jesse. We're going to talk. Let's talk some more props next week. You and I love props way too much. We need to do a little prop segment on here. So, Jesse Schul, everyone, thank you very much. Great segment as always. Jesse's got his $5 play up at WagerTalk.com. It is $5 Tuesday. All handicappers can put up plays for just $5. I have 2 of them up. One is an NBA prop. One is an NHL prop. We've been absolutely cooking in the props markets. 11-3 this season in the NBA. And me and Crackman and Jesse keep saying every day, we're going to keep hitting this hard. Props is a great way to build your bankroll. I bet more on props than I do spreads and totals. I don't even bet spreads and totals, to be honest with you. And Crack says the exact same thing. Jesse's doing really good in props. So invest in props. It's $5 Tuesday. You can get a slew of them. Jesse's got one. I've got a couple up there. So NHL and NBA have been very, very good to us over the last week or so. Let's bring in Brian Power. And we got to talk some Clippers and Thunder. We got to talk Texas and Duke. Let's do the NBA game first.
Okay.
Brian, I actually said on camera I was worried that the Thunder might be in a little letdown spot to start the season. Championship, a lot of miles. Oh my gosh, was I wrong about that one? This Thunder team is insane, man.
Well, they started, Andy, with a couple overtime games. So, maybe we'd be talking about them a little bit differently if those games went against them. But look, really no surprise, I guess. Thunder, the only undefeated team left in the league, 7 straight wins to open the season, if you're keeping score at home, by an average of 12.4 points per game now. So even though they had the overtime wins, they're doing it again. Remember, this is a team, correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, that set the regular season record for best point differential in history last year. So number 1 defensive rating again per Hollinger. That's no surprise. That's how they got it done last year. And, you look at SGA, 33.6 points per game. That's number 3 in the league. It's actually a little higher than what he finished at last year when he led the league in scoring. He scored 30 points in all but 1 game. And what's scary, this is what's scary if you're a Thunder opponent. SGA shooting a career low from 3, 26.8%. And he's still averaging 33.6 per game. What's going to happen when he starts hitting his threes? Andy, that's big trouble. That's big trouble if you're playing against this Oklahoma City team. Of course, SGA, tonight, Oklahoma City playing the Clippers. SGA played his rookie season for the Clips, and it seems like he's motivated when he faces this Clips team. If you, I pulled some quotes that were available. SGA said, quote, "I would be lying to you if I tell you I didn't get up to play the Clippers every time for obvious reasons. I want to make sure Oklahoma City felt like when it was all said and done, they won that trade. So the trade might have looked one way at the time, but that was my focus to flip the script." And numbers kind of back up SGA's motivation, or his quotes, I should say, there, Andy. It's very interesting. The Thunder have won 5 straight meetings against the Clippers. 5 of those, 3 of those by double digits. 3 of them by double digits. So all's well with OKC. You look at the Clippers side, they're coming off their first home loss of the season. It was last night to Miami, 121-19. Turned the ball over 21 times. You turn the ball over 21 times in a 1-point loss. That is what I would call the key to the game, especially when those 21 turnovers led to 37 points for the Heat. Will Kawhi Leonard and your boy Bradley Beal play tonight? Head coach Ty Lue seemed a little non-committal. Regardless, I do not want to get in front of this OKC team right now, obviously. But at the same time, we've missed the best of the number, haven't we, Andy? It's been bet up. So what do? Want to give the people some actionable info, obviously. That's why they have me on. How about Clippers team total under 107.5? If OKC were to cover this number, I think it's because of another stout defensive effort. But even if the Clips are able to stay within the number, pull a shocking outright upset, I do not see them matching last night's shooting. They were 50% overall, 41% from 3. I don't think the Clippers are as prolific at the offensive end tonight. So team total under for LA.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that one. This Thunder team, the rest of the league's just got to be like, are you kidding me? Like they're already resting guys. They're so deep. They can just add Jalen Williams. You take tonight, Caruso. You take tonight. Dort, you can sit for a couple games, and they're still just steamrolling teams. It's really incredible to watch them. And yeah, Bradley Beal. I heard an interview with Doc Rivers. He told the Clippers, do not trade SGA. Like back in the day, he was like, I know we got to do it and everything, but I'm just telling you, do everything you can to not trade this guy. And
who would have thought Doc Rivers would be the voice of reason on something?
I know, right?
Good call, Glenn.
All right, let's move. Let's move to Texas and Duke. All right, here's my embarrassing moment. Texas and Duke, right? 9.5-point favorite. I'm like, I cannot believe that. There's something's got to be wrong. There's an injury. I thought this was football.
Oh man. Well, Andy.
I was looking up Arch Manning injuries, couldn't find anything, and then I was like, it says CBB, not CFB. My mind is
look, not to take this show to a dark place, but if Duke was a 9.5-point favorite over Texas in football, I think we would have a kidnapping situation on our hands, perhaps. But no, this is college basketball. And Andy, if you would like to learn more about college basketball, if all of you watching out there in TV land would like to learn more about college basketball, boy, do I have a show for you. Not only can you listen to me speak about this game for the next couple minutes, but Full Court Press is now added to the WagerTalk TV lineup here. Myself, Adam Trigger, Rob Vino, every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern, live here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. We talk the biggest college basketball games. Plus, if you do decide to watch a show live, guess what? You can contribute. You can ask us questions about any game, and we'll do our best to answer them. Now, on today's show, which you can catch the replay here elsewhere on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, Adam, Rob, and I obviously opened talking Duke and Texas. And our consensus, Andy, was that this number seems like it's gotten a little high. Games being played in Charlotte, not Cameron Indoor. Let's note that, in addition to the fact that it is a basketball game, not a football game, Andy. You also do have to give the home, now, even though it's Charlotte, not Cameron Indoor, you still give the home a slight home court boost to Duke, but not a full 3 points. My power ratings were in line more with the opener of this, which was 7. Now, as I look at the odds screen, pretty much Duke minus 9.5 across the board, as you mentioned, Andy. Texas is going to be better this season. That's what you need to understand. A lot of that has to do with the coaching change. Rodney Terry out. Sean Miller is in. Of course, Miller, he's been successful previously, both Xavier and Arizona. I expect him to have success here in Austin. End of the season, Longhorns are going to be a top 25 team. Now, you can look for him to be better both rebounding and at the defensive end. This being the new era of college sports. Miller hit the transfer portal hard. A couple guys followed him from Xavier. Guard play is going to be a hallmark. It's always been a hallmark of Miller coach teams. That should be the case again here with the returning Jordan Pope. Now, Duke, let's not bury the lead here. This was a very good basketball team last year. Many viewed them as the best team, rightfully so, as the best team in the country heading into the NCAA tournament. Of course, they lost to Houston, but Duke finished last year number 1 in offensive efficiency, number 4 in defensive efficiency. They do lose, obviously, a lot of key players, 4 NBA draft picks to be precise, Cooper Flagg, the most notable, but it's Duke. They reload. The Boozer brothers, Cameron and Caden, coming aboard. Some injury concerns in the preseason, though, for the Blue Devils. Brown and Sarr both missing time. I just think it's too many points for Duke to be laying in the first game. Back to my initial point that this line is gotten, I think, bet up a little too high. I do lean Texas plus the points here. I just think that this is going to be an improved team.
What's your take on trying to handicap the beginning of this college basketball season? Is it easier because the books don't know a whole lot? Is it harder because we're not really familiar with these teams? How do you approach the beginning of the season?
Well, there's a lot of homework to be done. We talked about this yesterday, actually, on Full Court Press, that you do want to go light. It used to be that you could get a big edge by doing a lot of research in the preseason. Obviously, now a lot of what you read doesn't necessarily, and this goes for college football too. Just because you read something preseason doesn't necessarily make it so. I think if you're dialed I agree. I see in the chat that some people are saying college basketball is so beatable right now. In the past, yes, I think you can take advantage. If you're clued into something, there are edges to be had. If there's the books are scrambling right now. They miss some of these things. We talked a lot about coaching changes right now, what's going on in Iowa, how they're going to play at a slower pace. So, yeah, you got to do your homework. It's a lot of homework to be done. Full Court Press will help you out every 10 a.m. Eastern here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Trig, Vino, and myself.
Nice. You also got yes.
And I wanted to say, it's funny too, obviously we always preach best of the number here. There are some runaway totals in college hoops. If you look at the screen last night, I talked about, I was like, my God, this Ohio State total, it was bet up like 8 points from the open, and they wound up scoring more than some NBA games last night. So don't be the early season in college hoops. Sometimes these wild line moves, I'm not saying chase and take a bad number, but I'm saying don't be afraid either if the numbers moved a couple points, because a lot of times that's sharp money, obviously, especially on these lesser known yet contests.
Yeah, me and Gianni talked about yesterday. The market will tell you a story. Sometimes you just follow where the money is. So, all right, Brian Powers got Full Court Press. He's got the Blitz. It's $5 Tuesday. What do you have up for everybody?
Yeah, lots of shows. And I'm also going to be Full Court Press. I've mentioned the Blitz. We go live every Thursday. Ross Benjamin, Ralph Michaels, and myself talking all the top college football games for the week. And I also, in case if you Cannot just have not had enough of me. I will be sitting in for the Prez on Best Betting Show Ever with Joe Ranieri, much to the delight of Joe Ranieri on Friday. I'll be on that show. So I'm sure he is looking forward to that. You should be as well. Something else you should be looking forward to is $5 Tuesday, coming off a nice outright winner, an easy outright winner. I wish they could all be as easy as they were last night, Andy, with the Arizona Cardinals getting it home against I told you that. I told everybody that Cowboys defense stunk, and it stinks. So that was a nice win. 5-1 our last 6 plays in football, 67% in the NFL since October 6th, 2-0 in college on Saturday. And on top of everything I just said, I am a proud Mid-American Conference graduate, Andy Lang, and we have Maction this week starting tonight. And for $5, you can get on board my Tuesday Mac selection, wt.buzz/BP.
You going to take that?
Me?
You going to take that from Brian?
Oh, dude! Yesterday on our show, somebody wrote we can't miss Mondays because all we do is roast Brian Powers. So, because we spend Monday roasting Brian, I will forgive him for today's comment.
What did I say?
I don't know, Brian, but you
said,
you're subbing for Prez, much to the delight of Joe Ranieri.
Well,
no, I was being facetious. I don't think Joe. Trust me, anyone who's watched Joe and I through the years knows that Joe is just. I'm sure.
Do you know Andy Lang? Andy Lang is a man who likes unique, weird information.
Okay. He said information.
Facetious. That's funny. Facetious is the only word in the English language where A, E, I, O, U follows each other consecutively.
Wow, that's
the more
that's a Canadian.
You know.
That's a Canadian letting us know about the English language. That's what they speak. They speak up there, right? Press still French or
that's so yes. Yes, we're part of the Commonwealth of the country that actually invented the English language.
Oh,
but anyway, Andy, man, Brian is doing a killer job on your show, on my show, on every other show. But we do spend a lot of time making fun of him. And any grown adult that has bangs should be made fun of.
Talking about, man, this guy got good hair.
You do got good hair. You do.
All right, Lawrence,
you have great hair.
Thank you.
You're going away. We're saying bye to Brian. I'm going to give some free picks. All right, Brian Power, everyone. $5 Tuesday. His play is up. Lawrence is going to have a play that's up. He's going to tell us about that. My props are up. Let's do some free plays for the people. We'll go all around the world here. Oh, wow, Dan. Nice work, Dan. I didn't think we had the graphic ready. Graphics department comes through. Impressive. Let's go to the 76ers and Bulls. Jesse talked about this game. We're going to go to Kelly Oubre over 1.5 made 3-pointers. This has been a client play that just keeps on hitting. He's taking 6 attempts per game. He's shooting 44% from threes this season. This offense with Edgecombe and Maxey, he's getting a lot of open looks. I'm a little worried about this one tonight. First off, he's hit this in every game this season. That's not going to continue forever. And also the Bulls are the number 3 ranked team against 3-point shooting. So I'm on the fence whether this is a client play or not. I love playing these streaks, but tonight I got a little caution with it. I'm going to the Bucks and the Raptors. Cole Anthony over 3.5 assists. He's coming off the bench from Milwaukee. They played last night. He may get a few more minutes tonight, but this over 3.5 assists is too low. He's gone over in 5 out of 6 games. He's getting 8.8 potential assists per game. So that's that metric I'm looking for. When I'm looking at potential assists and rebound chances, I want the chances and the potentials to be more than double what the line is. So we're getting that here. So if he's getting 8.8 potential assists, I like him over this 3.5 assists, and Raptors are 22nd in allowing assists. And then we hit our saves prop yesterday. We gave out on the show. Let's do another one. Islanders, Bruins. So we're going over 21.5 saves. He's gone over in 6 out of 8 games this year, over in 4 out of 6 games against Boston. This is an incredibly low save total. Boston's not great with getting shots on goal, but they're around 25, 26 shots on goal. So that is your free plays. And again, guys, please hit the like button. Giving out a lot of really great information, breaking down games, telling you which big name college teams to fade. And now, of course, we have to bring in Lawrence Presman, my good friend. and we're going to talk. There he is. All right. You get the Germany game here. It's actually this has turned into a really good game because the Falcons, you have literally no idea what you're going to get from the Falcons from game to game. And the Colts coming off of a brutal loss where just everything went wrong with turnovers and such. It was a very out of characteristic game. You got the over-under set at 48.5, and you got the Colts -6. This is not an easy game to break down. I'm interested in your take, mostly because this Falcons team is who knows what you're going to get.
Well, I mean, I can tell you what we're going to get, Andy. We're going to get shit. But let's start with, why do I keep getting these games? Who picks this crap? Anyway, with that said, let's break this game down. And, you look at this up and you say, okay, what team are you going to get with the Atlanta Falcons? Well, the Atlanta Falcons scored a touchdown against the New England Patriots off of a fumble with 25 seconds left in the first half. Take that out of the equation and they stink. Then they get another turnover, which results in a touchdown. And then they had a miracle touchdown on a 4th down on a horrible throw to Drake London that he was able to bring in. So when you look at the Atlanta Falcons, you realize they put up 10 points against San Francisco. They put up 10 points at home against the Miami Dolphins. And they put up a completely phony 23 points against New England. So what can we count on? We can count on the Atlanta Falcons not scoring a lot of points. And now they're playing against the best offense in the league, coming off of their worst game. And I think there were 6 turnovers in that game. I think the spot here is for Indianapolis. Now, I understand that there is money coming in on Atlanta right now. And you look at this and you say, man, money coming in on Atlanta. Why is the line moving to 6? Because there's a lot of sharp money coming in on the Indianapolis Colts, and I get it. Why would we want to bet on the Atlanta Falcons here? They've shown us nothing. I think Raheem Morris is on his way out. They couldn't even kick an extra point to tie this game up against New England. And when you look at this Indianapolis team, let's forgive them a bad game. Look, Green Bay is supposed to be a good team. They lost in Cleveland. Green Bay is supposed to be a good team. They lost at home to the Carolina Panthers. We're going to forgive Indianapolis one game. I don't think they're nearly as good as their 7 wins, but they're certainly not nearly as bad as that one loss last week. This is a get-right game for Indianapolis. I do not believe in the Atlanta Falcons at all. I don't love taking 6, but I just see no other way to bet this. I think the Atlanta Falcons are a fraud. And I think Indianapolis will be able to get it done. I think they win this game somewhere between 7 and 13 points. Take Indy -6.
I think that's the right breakdown on that one. I thought the Falcons were going to be better this year, and they just have been really disappointed. It was so Falconsy of them to miss the extra point. I mean, just absolutely terrible. And Rob brings up a good point. We're sending the Commanders and Dolphins to Madrid. You're getting Marcus Mariota and Tua in Spain. Like,
well, given my relationship with Spain, there's a saying on the best betting show ever: nobody cares.
It's a good point.
Like,
I guess over
like
there,
I am going to waste 1 second discussing what Spanish people get at an NFL game. They're lucky to have an NFL game. They send their boring ass sport to us.
It's a good point. I guess you're right. Like, if they sent like 2 premier teams over here to the U.S., most of us probably would know the difference. And if they sent the 2 worst,
Barcelona coming to play in Indianapolis, are they going to start their starters? Hell no. Some friendly against blah 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 blah. I don't care what. Send the shit to Spain. Send the shit to Spain. Justin P., what was your take on the Dodgers game? It's called the Blue Jay game. And my take is I'm absolutely thrilled with the Blue Jays. This is a team that had one original starting pitcher before the playoffs. One guy. Max Scherzer, worst pitcher in all of baseball for the last 3 months. Barrios injured. Chris Bassett in the bullpen. Trey Savage, nobody had ever heard of him. Justin Bieber, he was singing Baby for his wife in Cleveland. They had one starting pitcher going into the playoffs. Their batting lineup, a bunch of scrubs. Lucas, 10 years in the minors. Addison, 7 years in the minors. Ernie Clement, 2 teams dumped his ass last year, and one of them was Cleveland. Yeah. So I'm thrilled with the Blue Jays, Andy. Thank you for the wonderful ride. It was so fun, so entertaining, and I'm so happy that you guys gave us that thrill. So that's my take on the Blue Jays.
That's awesome. I remember my college team, Indiana University, made it to the national championship game my senior year, and we lost. And my memory is just how fun that day was.
Right.
Like just how amazing the run was to the championship game. I we lost it. I don't even care. Don't even care.
But my takeaway, Andy, on a whole, is that the LA Dodgers pay an exorbitant luxury tax to every other team in order for every other team to allow them to win the World Series every year. That's my take.
Allow them.
Stupid sport, idiotic structure, dumbass scenario. I mean, boy, would I love to be a Pittsburgh Pirate fan. Anyway, what else?
All right. Well, tell us about your $5 Tuesday play. Tell us about the best betting show ever. And then we got to have a little chat with Johnny Y.
Okay. So I got 3 killer $5 plays. You want to be purchasing all of them, all 3. I'll go through them real quick. I got my second 4% NHL play tonight. I am finally rolling in NHL. I've won 7 of my last 8 days of NHL betting. Granted, many of them were 1-1 days, but my big plays won and my small plays lost. I have a big play today. I'm on a 9-2 run in NHL big plays. So $5 for my NHL. I love that play. My NBA play. Andy, you know this. I've spoken to you about it. I rejigged my NBA team 3 years ago. Since then, it's been nothing but winners. I'm over 100 units in the last 3+ years of NBA betting. I have not lost a season yet. I'm on a 6-2 run, $5 play. And my last play, the most important one to me, is I have an NFL parlay up for $5. This is a play that I dedicate every parlay ever made to Andy Lang. He was the guy that showed me that there is a way to make money betting parlays. And I am not 8-3, 8 wins, 3 losses on the year in NFL parlays. This is my biggest NFL parlay I have ever released in my life. And it's only $5. Thank you for asking, Andy.
We always say it's not that you parlay, it's what you parlay.
I would say it's how
work.
you parlay.
And there's a lot that goes on to it, but I wanted to keep that saying short so it fits on a cup or a
yeah. Okay. Well, sell me the cup then.
All right. Well, sell
Johnny
us on why we should.
What are we going to talk about now?
Okay, so the concept is Lawrence wants to start this. Not once. So I think you're going to, right?
Andy, in retirement, I have become the laziest human being on the planet. I can barely get out of bed. So I will at some point. I got a new watch, Andy.
Nice.
To celebrate my poker wins. I got 2.
Nice. Awesome.
Awesome. I will get around to Johnny Y. It is going to happen.
All right. So Lawrence is starting a YouTube channel where he answers the biggest whys in sports. But every week when he comes on, I try and ask him a real life why question.
Yeah, not related to sport.
Not related to sports. So, all right, Lawrence, here we go. Follow me on this one, okay?
Okay.
All right. This is a mug, right? Okay.
Oh,
What is it called if I'm walking down the street and two guys just randomly beat me up?
A cup.
It's called a mugging, right?
Yes. I wanted to ruin it.
Why is it called a mugging? Drinking out of a mug should be called mugging. This is mugging. What does
Andy,
a mug and getting beat up on the street have anything to do with each other? Why is it called a mugging?
So, Andy, I'm going to speak to Dan here. Dan, I feel like Andy is using the Johnny Wise segment for his personal thoughts. I have no bloody clue why it's called a mugging, but I am very much enjoying the fact that you are using Johnny Y to come up with this shit. It's awesome, dude. I was going to type in on ChatGPT why it's called a mugging, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
Stumped him. This is the best one. This is worthy of doing a segment.
Yeah, well, it seems like we're doing a segment every Tuesday, the Johnny Wise segment. RJ Arsenault writes, Prez always flexing. Need to get that core working, old guy. Prez can't flex no more. My flexing days are behind me. I tore my right bicep. I can only flex my left bicep, and it just doesn't look as good.
That's great. Matt says, don't quit your day job.
Yeah, I quit my day job
that is.
like 6 years ago. I need to find a new day job just to get busy again. I'm having falafel today for lunch, Andy. You like falafel?
Love a good falafel. A lot of times it's too dry, but when you get it cooked perfect, then it's pretty epic. Do you dip or do you just go?
No, I get it in a pita. This is not a perpetual chronograph, Prez, but it's a really good try. It is a Rolex Daytona. It's freaking stunning. Andy, I'm freaking loving this watch, man.
Not a watch guy, but I'm glad you are. Lawrence,
I've never been a watch guy either, but because I play so much poker and everybody is wearing these super expensive watches at the table, but this is not going to be my poker watch. My poker watch is upstairs. I got a Nautilus. I'm going to show them at the table who's the boss. Anyway.
Nice. Should go get one of those old calculator watches.
I'm taking my daughters to the Swatch store later, getting them a watch. I got a Rolex and a Patek. I'm getting them a Swatch.
Nice.
Dad of the year.
Nice. All right, Lawrence, cash big in NHL tonight, brother. Let's keep that.
Andy, I love doing this with you, man. Thank you for having me. I cannot be here next Tuesday, so I have to skip out next Tuesday's show. But
no worries.
Love. Guys, thank you, everybody. Make sure to watch End Zone Live. Teddy Covers will be hosting End Zone Live this Sunday. I will not be here, so make sure to check that out. And the best betting show ever. Andy, lots of love, bro.
Take it easy, Lawrence. Thank you very much. Lawrence Presman, he's got $5 plays that are up, as do all handicappers. Get as many as you want. Let's bet responsibly on a Tuesday. We want to bring home some winners, but we also want to make sure we don't have all of our bankroll in play. So get as many as you feel comfortable with. I'm in play with an NBA player prop and an NHL player prop. 11-3 to start the NBA season, and this is how I build bankrolls. You've heard me talk about this many times. We don't need to hammer it home anymore, but I'm telling you, props is a way to build a bankroll. Cash with me tonight in the NBA and NHL. Let's do a quick breakdown on an NBA game before we get out of here. Make sure you leave in the comment section what me and Jesse are betting. Like, what do we have to wear next week? Who loses this IU Penn State bet? Let me know in the comment section below, please. We've had some good suggestions. I want to shake it up here. All right, let's break down the Magic. At the Hawks, the Magic are getting 3 points here. We're -3. Over under is about 228.5. I see 229s as well. There are some 3.5s popping up. The Orlando Magic have really stumbled out of the gate. High expectations in this Eastern Conference, and they just really have struggled with their identity. This was a defensive-oriented team, and their defense has been okay, but it's been a step down from last year, and it's resulted in a 3-4 start. 8th in defensive efficiency sounds good, but this team was number 2. Only the Oklahoma City Thunder were better. They're 16th in offensive efficiency. They were 27th last season, so that has been an improvement. But in my mind, until they fix this defense, It's just not really what Orlando does. They're just not going to be in these track meets and outscore teams. The Hawks 3-4 as well. Their defense is a little bit better than last season. Offense is about the same, but the big story with this team is Trae Young, going to be out for a while, a month at minimum. They're saying 4 weeks, and then we'll revisit it. So it's down to Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He is the main point guard moving forward. 8 turnovers in his last 2 starts. He's good, but this is a step down from Trae Young to him. Now, Jalen Johnson has been really good. He stepped up in the 2 games. He's averaging 23 points and 13 rebounds. It's tough to find trends when in this. Both teams are 2-5 ATS this season. Both teams are 3-4 to the over-under. Orlando forces 15.4 turnovers. Atlanta forces 15.9. I am going to lean. The Magic are going to cover the spread and a lean to the under. I don't trust Alexander Walker against a good defensive team. And while the Magic haven't been elite, they've been good. I think they're going to cause some turnovers and disrupt this Hawks offense. There's going to be some turnovers. The pace is going to be a little bit slower with these turnovers. And I think Orlando gets it done. Money has come in to move this line to 3.5. So give me the Orlando Magic to cover the spread. Give me the under on the 229. And if we're looking at a player prop, maybe a little sprinkle on Franz Wagner over 1.5 made threes. You're getting a really nice line. It's close to even money at some books. He's had 2, 3, and 3 the last 3 games. He's averaging 5 attempts, and he's shooting 38.6% in those 3 games. So there's a player prop, and there's a spread and total opinion. Again, I am in play tonight on $5 Tuesday for our NBA best bet, 11-3 to start the season. I'm number 1 in props the last 2 seasons combined. We're looking to make it another winner tonight. So go grab that using the shortcut wt.buzz/AL. All right. Oh, this is a good one. Jesse has to wear his wrestling outfit. Yes. All right. This is done. If Jesse loses, he has to wear the wrestling outfit. I have to wear anybody but the Colts jersey and hat. All right. That's a done deal, Ed. That's absolutely 100% what we'll do. So Jesse has to wear his wrestling outfit if he loses. I have to wear anybody but the Colts jersey and hat. I will absolutely take you up on that one. So, all right, we're going to be back same time tomorrow, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Again, please hit the like button, leave us a comment. Tell us what you like tonight in the NBA or NHL. Give us a basketball prop. Give us a college football prop. I love reading these comments and seeing what you guys are liking on the board today. Good luck to everybody on $5 Tuesday, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care.
Welcome in to Kelly and Crack. I am freshly off a plane from a football season wedding. Don't even get me started, Crack. It is very frustrating to travel on an NFL Sunday back home with crappy Wi-Fi, but you never care. You don't even watch the games.
No, I watch the games. I actually do. When I'm done with my Fox show on Sunday mornings, though, people will be surprised. So I do a Fox show with 10 to 1 p.m. Let's use Eastern time. And 1 o'clock, I go out and have breakfast, put my iPad up, and I'll watch the scores on my screens, on my Odds Logic screen, try to get the live scores there. But however, I do, when I'm done, I come home and I do put on. I don't put on the games per se. I'm a red zone guy.
Okay, me too. Red zone's great.
Red zone, and the iPad next to me, kind of following things, following the scores. And, I'm not betting live, but so I'm not saying that it's not wise to not watch the game. It is. If you're going to watch the games, I don't do live wagerings too often, so I don't really have to be watching every play and everything. And it's fun, though. It's fun to watch it. Look, any given Sunday, anything can and will happen. We've seen that yesterday. There was actually a 14 out here for a second on Green Bay.
Wow.
We have a 14-point favorite going down outright, which that just shows you like anything can happen. I remember I was doing a show at South Point. I had to be the old VSiN studio doing a show about 5-6 years ago. And on a Sunday, we had a 17-point and a 16-point favorite. Both of them lost outright. So anything can happen. That's why these survivor pools are so much fun. By the way, I don't even know this. Kel, are you in any of them? Are you involved?
I have a couple of splash left. The $2.5 million guarantee that we started the season off with. I have one left. I used the Rams yesterday. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Because, your other options would have been the Lions, loser, Green Bay, loser, Patriots, I considered, but I like the Falcons plus the points. So I was nice and easy, no sweat survivor pick yesterday.
Do you have Detroit and Green Bay available?
That's a good question. Each one of these was so different, and I was in so many. I think I have Green Bay and Detroit both available as well.
Wow.
Let me kind of look and double check.
How did you avoid Green Bay? That was the best spot for Green Bay. They're not going to be 14-point favorite for a second.
They won't be. So far, this is the big splash, 2.5 million NFL survivor. Started the season, 16,337 people. There are 729 of us left. I lied. I did use Green Bay. I've used the Eagles.
Oh, okay.
The Cardinals, the Bills, the Texans, the Colts, the Packers, the Chiefs, the Patriots, and the Rams.
Football's funny, this NFL, though. Look at next week. I seen something. I almost feel like a sucker betting it. I actually seen last night there was a 3 on the Eagles, +3. Green Bay giving the Eagles 3 points next week.
I already put the Eagles in a teaser. I've just been betting a lot of teasers in the NFL. It's been kind of rough sledding.
It looks too easy, and maybe it is, but maybe I'm a sucker. Call me a sucker, but I bet it last night. So.
Listen, I don't blame you. The last, I told you, 3 weeks ago, I was sitting there in third place in my NFL contest. Last week was awful. Right now, I am sitting in fourth place after having another good week this week. The Texans cost me 5-0 in the Super Contest, but I am 77-57 on this season, and the leader is 81-53.
Yeah, no, it really, think about these records too. What it takes to win a contest like that.
It takes you have to strike lightning in a bottle for 18 weeks.
I hate to say this, and I'm not saying it on one of the shows. Not maybe because it's not really sour grapes. Lifetime, I'm not down $1. I'm actually up money in the contest in my life, especially that I won a big one years ago at the end. But I'm not even counting that. I'm not even counting that first year. Let's talk about since Circa and Westgate Superbook. I'm probably about even, but I'm going to put a lot less money in next year. I throw a lot, tens of thousands on these pools a year. And, I look at the Westgate. So at the Westgate, the winner a couple of years ago was like 73%.
Yeah.
Like 70%. That's crazy. It takes almost 70. Last year was, I think, 69.5.
I think the record's 76%, those CH baller guys back in the day.
You're winning over three out of 4 games. Lifetime. It's just impossible. So there's a lot of variance, a lot of luck involved. And listen, I don't care who says what. Even betting the off lines, these contest lines come out on Wednesday, and by the time you can put the picks in 3 days later, some of the lines are off a half a point or a point around the key numbers. That has been a successful strategy, mixing in them with other picks for me, and it just hasn't been the last couple of years. And there's so much luck, even in the Survivor contest. We see the people that are alive. There's a guy I know that has multiple entries, and last week he said he had like 6 entries left, and he wants to sell his pick. They sell their 10% of their entries, and they're asking premiums. And I'm not, even though it's probably worth a little bit of a premium because he has 6 entries and he can play around with them, but there's ways to maybe definitely get there, but not win it, but get further than a lot of people with 6 entries. And I'll just tell you, I'm not paying no premiums on things like, or there's 2,000 people left in the Circle one. At least there was. I don't know what happened this week after the carnage this week.
Oh, there's definitely some carnage. Let's look.
Yeah. But I just don't think I'm going to, when there's still all these entries left, I'm not paying a premium. So in other words, let's say there's 1,000 people left and there's 15 million in the pool, and it's, you have, so literally they'll say, okay, they'll take the 15 million, divide it by 1,000, it's $10,000, whatever. And there are 15,000 bucks, and they'll say, hey, I want 18,000. No, there's no premiums.
All right, Crack, let's back it up real quick.
Yeah, whatever.
As of Thursday night, 21 people played the Ravens. They got through. There was 2,057 entries. 264 took the Packers. 15 took the Lions.
15?
Yes. 1 took the Texans. And wow, four people got really lucky with the Jaguars. So yeah. I mean, we got another 279 knocked out.
How many started? What was in the pool?
Oh, I don't remember. A ton.
Well, let's just say
13,000 something, I think.
Yeah. So 1,700. So the entries are probably worth a little less than 10 grand. And,
well, before Thursday, the implied value entry was 9,100. It says.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. 10 grand. I'm just guessing at 10 grand. So they'll ask, hey, if you want 10%, it's 2 grand. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not getting involved in that. Not at this point. Now later on, when it gets to be a little secret that I've done over the years. Later on, when it gets to be 50 entries left. When you're talking about 10%, maybe a lot more money, 50 grand or something. And, you put 50,000 in someone's hand, they're more happy to take 50,000, lock something up and than anything. So that could happen down the road here. We'll see what happens. And again, it's not sour grapes or anything. It's just that there's so much variance and there's so much luck in these contests. I'm happy to even be lifetime in the Circa Westgate contest.
They're just listen, these are just fun, right? Like I tell people, like when I owned the proxy service, like I had a guy friend who was married, had 3 kids, had a whoopsie 4th, and his wife was like, "You're done gambling." And I told him, I said, "Tell her this, you'll not gamble, like you won't use a local guy, you won't bet at a sports book, but let you have $1,000 to enter a contest with a chance to win $1 million, because $1,000 bankroll, you're never going to build that up to be $1 million in the course of an NFL season. So take your $1,000. You happen to hit, 72%, get 3rd place in the Circa contest. Guess what? Your wife is going to be a very happy woman.
Yeah. When it comes to the wives controlling men in this industry, unless you're a degenerate gambler, I don't get some of these guys. Not that I'm no tough guy. I'm not trying to say that. But I was at a game the other night. Oh, Game 7, World Series, Game 7. only game 7, with about 6 people. And throughout the game, we kept on losing guys. And I asked John Orlando, I said, John, what? Yeah, he promised his girlfriend he'd be home by a certain time. The other guy said, yeah, no, he was going to take his girl to dinner, and he told her, he'll be out. It's the effing World Series. Game 7. Are you kidding me? Yeah,
Listen, I'm sure that my significant other at times wishes that I wasn't a sports girl. Like I get that there's like 2 sides of the coin, but at some points in time, I'm sure you'd just like to spend a nice Tuesday night at dinner and not have somebody be on their phone score watching.
Well, yeah, but agree to go to a different night to dinner. It's the World Series. I mean, you have to set that precedent early. You can't.
Yeah, but men don't plan well. You guys should look at calendars better, figure it out. Go on, go to lunch on a Wednesday. Take her to lunch on a Wednesday. Don't set yourself up for failure when you know the World Series Game 7 is coming up.
Yeah, no, and to be real blunt, my wife said, let's go. I want to go see The Lion King. It's coming to town at the Smith Center.
You went and saw The Lion King?
No, not yet. It's next. It's in a couple of weeks. So now I have to figure out which days to go, because I was like, listen, it's college.
But you're gonna go.
College basketball season. I actually like The Lion King. I'm a big kid.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked you're actually gonna go to the theater. I wouldn't want to go.
No, by the way, I love the Smith Center.
Okay.
I mean, someone left $300 million to build that. That wasn't enough. They spent like $500 million. It's all gold, marble, beautiful. I've seen some great shows over there. You'll be, if you ask what Bill Krackomberger, the biggest surprises in life that people don't know about me, I love musicals. I actually like.
What?
Yeah, I like musicals. I
would have never guessed that.
Yeah, I do. I like La La Land, the movie La La Land, Chicago. I can go on and on. The Greatest Showman. I thought it was. I love.
I've seen none of those. Just for the record.
No, I can't. I don't have time for it. There's a great Billy Joel documentary on HBO right now, 2 parts. I watched part of the first, and I thought it was unbelievable. I just can't get back to it. It's unbelievable, though. I watched an hour of the first episode, but it's hard this time of the year. You want to plan stuff. I've never been on.
Well, we have too many sports going on, right? Like the second baseball ends, college basketball begins. Yeah. It's like there was no downtime in between. The NBA's already been underway. NHL's already underway. We've got college football and NFL. I mean, this is the time of year where it's very busy. Plus, we've got all these holidays that you're expected to do things around.
Yeah. No, that's why I said, see me after March Madness and schedule something or another. NBA playoff time is a good time when it's slow, but. Yeah, no, it's really tough. It really is. But it's a great time of the year to bet, though. Listen to that. I mean, college basketball started today. Just to give some tips out to people, because I won't do it too much throughout the year, because I'm told that guys like me, when I say something, people don't talk about this when I'm going to talk about. The bookmakers hear it, and they maybe change some of the juice. They have Westgate and Circa. I can't buy onto 2 or 3 no more for 10 cents. So I hope I didn't ruin it, but I still have some spots you can do it. So in college basketball, I was taught this by the sharpest people in the world. The guys that own Pinnacle in Curacao in the 90s, when I was there, late 90s, early 2000s, they taught me that, you buy onto the 2 or 3. Now, what that means is if you're betting the favorite of a basketball game and you're laying 2.5, no, buy at the 2. -2, -20.
So don't use. I've always been taught if it's under 3, you bet the money line. If it's 2.5 or less, you just bet the money line, depending on the
money line too.
Price.
I believe it or not, I'd rather lay -2, -20 than $1.45 or something. I'd rather lay the games rarely land on 1 in college basketball. 2 and 3s are the numbers they land. And when it's line 2 or 3, you want to make sure, even on the dog, if you're betting a dog +2.5. You want to buy it to +3, +3 -20. Again, you only want to play with the books and buy them when it's -$1.10 extra. So you want to pay $1.20 on the 2 or the 3. You could even do it on the 5. Also, real sharp sports bettor, Alan Boston, who has worked for Billy Walters, and I can go on and on the sharp syndicates he's worked for, and he's a genius in college basketball. He also taught me to buy on the 2, 3, 5. And so now I have I have the guys that own Pinnacle, Stanley Thompson, who passed Henry, whose real name is Jimmy Everett. We all know that now because he's in the Gambling Hall of Fame, so you could talk about these things. These guys were the genius minds behind Pinnacle, not your typical bookmakers, Jewish, Harvard grad. Like these aren't genius guys that are like Ace Rothstein. They didn't treat it like it was fun. It was a business. So I know if they taught me that, and I'm still doing that, I'm still buying on to the 2 or the 3. I think it's a good thing for people to know out there. So throughout the year, especially the lower the total, the stronger that buy is. So if the total's 163, you buy on the 2, for the extra 10 cents, it's good. But if a total's 123 and you're buying on the 2, it's extra good because there's going to be less points scored, more likelihood of a game landing on that 2 or 3.
All right, little fun information there from Crack for college basketball starting today. We've got a couple of questions we're going to answer, and then I'm going to roll some of them over to next week because we kind of got down a rabbit hole that I thought was really fun. Crack, Monday Night Football is tonight. I asked you before we started the show, you said you've got nothing up at WagerTalk for Monday Night Football, but you do have a play or 2 up in the NBA.
Yeah, up on WagerTalk, though, I'm going to have tons of college basketball. I think I put 1 or 2 games up there now. There'll be a couple more here shortly. And throughout the season, that's going to be fun. This is a soft time of the year for college basketball. These first
Wait, I want to back that up. So I had a buddy text me this morning, Cal, what do you like in college basketball? And I said, right now, I just went 4-1 in the NFL. I had another nice 2-1 week in college football. It's been doing well. And I'm thinking about adding that other sport, especially college basketball, to my plate. And I'm like, call me when college bowl season starts. Do you think that's a mistake? Should I be trying to take advantage early?
Listen, as long as you have good information, that's the key. You're still laying 11-10. Bob Martin, Hall of Fame bookmaker, one of the biggest bookmakers this town ever seen. He had a sign above his office. It said 11-10 built this. Big sign. So it's hard to outrun the juice unless you're getting the best of the line or great information. So if you have good information, even though it's college, it's just like a pro game, you definitely want to be able to have closing line value or have just good information and maybe even bet undercover. So, going back to the NFL props, we're going to talk about a player prop. Oh, I put one up on NBA tonight. Okay, let's go. Hopefully this comes out in time. James Harden, and I just checked BetMGM over 8.5 -120 on his assist. Harden's up against the Heat tonight and guarded by Mitchell, who's really good, he's one of the best defenders in the game, point guard defenders. So what that'll force Harden to pass a ton tonight, given I think a ton of assists. So last season Harden was really good at assists, going over 29 of 39 games. So I like that. I like that game, that over tonight, over 8.5 -20. I'm only looking at BetMGM here in front of me. You guys, you could search around there for his assist. Though there's a free play tonight. We're gonna have NBA props. We're doing good in NBA props. We're gonna win. We're gonna win betting proposition bets. It's a matter of if they allow me to bet. I'm allowed to bet only a couple places here in town on props. They don't like winners, sports books. So, and it's small market where only 1 or 2 people are betting proposition bets on that particular player. It's the likelihood of them getting opposite action is very low. So they probably don't like when I bet props, I'm sure.
It's going to happen. They probably don't like when I bet college football underdog money lines either. Shout out SMU. Nebraska, not so much after last weekend. All right, we're going to take a couple of these questions really quick. This one I thought was really interesting from Sam Clay. He said, listener from the UK, what comparisons can you make to sports betting in the United States to the UK? It feels like America is very much in its infancy. Is there anything you'd like to see in the US that already exists here in England? Love the show.
No, thank you for your compliment and thank you for your comment here and question. I've never been to the UK. They have what's called betting parlors. They're almost like we have here.
They're great. You just walk in off the street, Crack.
7-Elevens, yeah.
Literally, it's like a gas station. There's a couple people that hang out. You can get a drink. You can bring your own lunch. It's definitely okay. Remember when William Hill came to Vegas?
Yeah.
And we're like, what is this? This isn't a sports book. That's
Yeah.
what it's because they're a European country. They just brought it over here and said,
Yeah.
we don't need chairs. You don't need to hang around. You need to walk in here, place your bet, and get the hell out of here.
It was great while it lasted. And then Joe Asher threw anyone else with a pulse. You had to go in and give an eye scan, a finger scan. Yep, you got a pulse can't play.
I mean, in fairness, I had a really nice run during March Madness one year, and they gave me the boot. So I'm sure that anybody with a pulse definitely got the boot.
Yeah, but to answer his question, I've never been over there, so I don't know how. I'm told, though, that the UK, and maybe this person can answer in the comments or anyone from the UK, I'm told they're quicker to boot people than here or reduce people on bets. I'm told it was a disaster over there if you're a winner. So it could be bad information. I don't know. Like I said, I've never been over there across the pond. And I'd like to go. There's lots of things. Like there was football games.
I'll answer. How about this, Crack? I'll answer because we've talked about it on the show before. The UK allows political bets. I want to be able to bet political markets here in the United States at legal books. I bet New Jersey governor 5-1 back in February for it to be Jack. And listen, I had to ship over Bitcoin, and no disrespect to Bet Online. I love those guys, Dave Mason, but like sending out, I got to scan to send over Bitcoin, and then I got to be able to bet it. It's like, okay, you can bet a nickel. And I'm like, I want to bet more than a nickel. I like this bet a lot. If we had it legal here in the US, like they do in the UK, I mean, I know people that were flying over in 2016 to get down millions of dollars on the presidential election. Wouldn't we like to keep those dollars here at home?
Yeah, I'm friends with a big lawyer, and he actually flies over there every election to go bet. So I know that. But now Kalshi's legal in the United States. The Las Vegas Strip had more billboards and neon signs about the election with the odds. Kamala, Trump, they had the back and forth showing the numbers. You have to buy contracts, which, let's be blunt, it's still sports betting. It's still gambling. So Kalshi legal in the United States.
It's just a loop. It's a loophole, right?
It is. Yeah. It's definitely, and now Polymarket's coming. These are, I don't want to call them sports books because that's not what they want to be known as. But
no, but the reality is it is a market. You are putting money into in hopes that you are correct.
Yes, for sure. Like I said, they took out millions of dollars in billboards and ads all over the Strip. People were confused by it. They didn't understand. They seen, there's a beautiful billboard on the corner of Harmon and the Strip, a curved billboard, just really, really cool, right above like Twin Peaks in there and stuff. And they
you see them in Times Square. You see them all over the place. I'm sure they have them in LA as well. I find it really interesting, Crack, because those are the types of markets that you even said on a show previously to me, like, Cal, you should probably be getting involved here. Like you're leaving money on the table by not.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting thing that's happening. And they're taking over. So
taking over. You think they're taking over?
The other sports books are so scared they're getting in the marketplace. DraftKings just bought a fight. They're getting in the same contract market thing. Yes, they're absolutely taking. Sports books are going to be left in the dust if they don't do something to adjust. Because the Kalshi, you could just see when they had a recent Monday Night Football, they were announcing the volume they had on their game both ways. It was unbelievable. So much so that Wall Street reacted. The next day, you had double-digit losses in the stock market for DraftKings and Flutter, who is the FanDuel owner. So they're coming. They're coming. They're here. And it's a post up. So people just think you don't go down the street to your corner bookmaker. It's something you have to post up through legal, your bank. This is a regulated market. Companies that based out of New York, I believe. I think that's what Kalshi is, but they're in the United States here, and they're legal, and they are taking over the betting world, believe it or not. Listen, you're never going to lose the street bookmaker that you're betting on credit.
No, of course not, because you're betting on credit.
You're betting on credit. You're never going to lose the bookmaker in the casino because you're touching your money after the game. When the game's over, your ticket, you could touch the money. I don't even do that. I bet on apps. I really don't bet at the casino unless I can bet more. South Point takes much more at the counter, so I will bet there. But people, you're never going to lose that core audience. What you're going to lose, though, maybe the customer that wants some value and doesn't want to cash out until the end of the year, or just to have, a couple thousand in an app, and got people that keep their money in apps, in legal licensed apps in the United States, absolutely they're going to be playing a Kalshi, because that's exactly what it is. It's a legal license thing. It's like having money in an app. You can withdraw it if you want Monday morning and put it back in Friday. I guess I don't do that. People are crazy though.
That's too much work. It's too much work. And then you got to keep track of it's a lot. I just put my money in to start the season at Hard Rock here in Florida. And hopefully I never have to add more. That's the ultimate goal, is never to have to add more money to the apps. Crack, one more question before we get out of here. In your early days of professional gambling, how many hours per week did you spend on it? Looking back, what was the worst time spent? Merle Bet wants to know.
Yeah, great question. Back then I had little or no bankroll, and I was blessed in life to meet someone that changed my life and let me use his $250,000 bankroll. And he's like, oh, I play at sports books. If you want to, he worked full time at the time. He was the head of a blackjack card count team, and working for the casinos, by the way, not working for the team. He was working for resorts in Atlantic City back then. And it was, it was 30 years ago. So it was different back then. So back then I put a lot of time researching things and having power rankings. And oh my God, we did all our own work. Me and Frank, we did a lot of work on our own. Now it's so much better that I have guys working for me, a team of guys, depending on what sport it is, 2 to 3 to 4 guys. And, one reads, one just does his own ratings and rankings. One comes out with the lines way before the sports books go out with the lines Sunday, so a week ahead of time in football. And it's good to have that. It gives me the flexibility of not having to stay at the screen and working 7. By the way, it was 70 hours a week back then. So the answer is now I'm just a nice sports bettor here, and I will do my own market handicapping. Like yesterday, we had a 14. One sports book in the world had a 14 on the Green Bay game. Even though it's NFL sides, I will bet when I get an extra half a point to a point, especially around key numbers of 3 and 7. Some sports books like the Win is forced. They're forced to take bets off the casino side. Someone came in the other night and bet a ton of money on the Dodgers.
Superbook's the exact same way. If a casino player who's lost $1 million the night before in blackjack, a lot of people don't realize this. Their casino host calls the sportsbook and says, you have to take whatever they want on whichever side they want.
Yeah, no, for sure. So you'll find some low-hanging fruit if you're with those apps at certain points. I see them all the time. If you're allowed to, if someone comes to town, I always tell them they should play at stations. They should play at Boyd, which is Coast. They should have a Win account, though, too. If you're in town for more than a couple of days, and if you're serious about betting sports, you definitely want to have those apps financed. You'll see half a points or extra juice, extra money. Like I was saying, the Toronto game the other day, they had a pure scalp on the Win had like plus 135 on the game when it was minus 129 and 131 in town, because they took so much money on the Dodgers from some casino player. They had to try to get some two-way action, which they did.
And that does happen, especially if that person walks in an hour before first pitch, right? Or 30 minutes before kickoff, again, because they're getting that phone call from somebody way higher up than themselves, some casino executive saying, you got to take this $150,000 bet. Even if it does screw up your numbers, you got to take it. So you only have a small little bit of time, hoping those guys sit in front of their odds logic screens or paying attention, and they come in and bet you on the other side and help you mitigate some of that risk.
Yes, perfect words. Mitigate risk. That's exactly what the sports books are looking to do. The directors don't want to take that bet. They don't want to take a couple $100,000 bet 30 minutes before the game.
Well, no, of course not, because they've spent all week. They've got the sharp guys coming in early. Their market is super efficient. They're got an hour before kick. All right, everybody's happy. And then wham, that guy comes in and just screws everything up.
That guy wins, and now you have to explain to the pencil pushers upstairs why you lost for the week.
The pencil pushers.
You have to explain to them when, food and beverage, blackjack, slots, everything's making money, and you get down to sports betting, and you lost 1.5% for the week. They're like, wait, lost. We're a casino. We have to win. We have payroll. We have lights. We have the book. They don't realize that sometimes you lose, but in the end, They can't outrun 11-10. In the end, the sports books make all the money. So
very wise words from the guy from WiseKracks. New episode of WiseKracks going to be out this Wednesday, Crack?
Yep. Wednesday, John and I.
All right, John Orlando, Bill Krackomberger, WiseKracks. You guys can catch it right here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. If you guys are looking to partner up with Crack, wt.buzz/Crackman is his homepage over at WagerTalk.com. Crack, good luck to us on our James Harden prop tonight, and good luck on opening day of college basketball.
Thanks to everyone for watching, subscribing, liking, questions. Appreciate it. All right, Cal, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome into Drew's Daily Diamonds for midweek action. We are talking Tuesday and Wednesday night college football here in the Mid-American Conference. I am Drew Martin breaking down the games. Let me know in the comments below where you agree, where you disagree. All is welcome. It helps grow the show. Your picks for tonight. Smash that like button if you're liking the content. As we got first game up here, guys, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific on ESPN2 from Athens, Ohio. It is Miami of Ohio and Ohio, the Bobcats of Ohio, that is. -2 or -2.5 as the home favorite, 50 and a hook being the total. Now, we've seen some line movement here. When I was first breaking down these games, it was the Ohio Bobcats -3.5. Now we're seeing the Superbook in Vegas all the way down to 2. So obviously some Miami Redhawks love in the betting marketplace. Does need to be noted, they are 5-3, 6-2 against the spread. You can see why they're taking some money. They're a good team overall. I mean, they've won 11 of 12 MAC conference games. So now laying less than or catching points, it's just kind of head scratching in a way. And why is that happening? Well, a lot of it is because the Ohio Bobcats are a heck of a football team, and their quarterback, Parker Navarro, if you haven't seen him play, he's a great dual threat quarterback. In my opinion, the best quarterback in the conference. Now, it does need to be also stated that Miami their one loss was against the Ohio Bobcats in last year's MAC championship game. I think it's going to be something similar here. Maybe not in that much of a blowout fashion. Ohio really took it to them in that. But I just think this Bobcats team is underrated, guys. I mean, I just went back and watched some of their MAC games. They did drop one in the conference, but even when you go outside of the MAC schedule, this is the team that beat West Virginia earlier in the year. They lost by 3 points to Rutgers on the road. They've had a tough schedule. They've won each of their last 2 games, kind of pointing in the right direction. Now, up against the Redhawks, their quarterback, DeQuan Finn, great player himself. They've won and covered each and every game in the conference. Again, you can see why they're taking money. I just think this is getting a little bit too low. They got to go on the road here. Looks to be mid-40s temperatures, 10-mile-an-hour winds. I don't think that it really helps either team that it's a little bit chilly out, in the month of November. Overall, guys, I'd take low water mark here. The Ohio Bobcats -2 as the home team. We are going Ohio over Miami of Ohio for the first game up. Reminder, if you could comment below. Anything more than welcome. Your picks, where you agree, where you disagree, all is welcome. If you're interested in premium picks, check them out. Drew Martin Experts page, WagerTalk.com. It is $5 Tuesday. Also got the top play up for Wednesday as well in Maction. So check that out. Drew Martin Experts page, WagerTalk.com. All right, going to turn the page here as the other play is the $5 Tuesday play in the UMass Akron game. So you can check that out. But the game we're going to be breaking down on the show for Wednesday is Northern Illinois and Toledo. That's 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN2. It is Toledo, the Rockets, -14.5 to as high as -15.5 as the home favorite. 42.5 low total here as you can see why. I mean, in the Glass Bowl, it's mid-30s. We're getting cold here on Wednesday night for both of the Wednesday night games. So a little dip in middle America, if you will, 10 to 30 mile an hour winds. Now, it does say 30 mile an hour gusts. So I would expect 10 to 15 mile an hour winds and chilly for sure. Now, looking at the point spread, it all comes down to the ultimate equalizer because you can see why the Rockets are the favorite. Now, they come in 4-4 overall, just 2-2 in the MAC conference. Their last game was last Saturday, as was all of these teams. So it isn't short rest for anybody. It's actually extended preparation time for all of the teams playing in Maction this week, midweek Maction anyway. They did lose in their last game to Washington State. That's a really good Washington State team. Don't want to ding them too bad for that. And you can see why Toledo here, it opened, 14.5. Now we're seeing 15.5. This is the number one scoring offense and scoring defense in the MAC conference so far this season. Their quarterback, Tucker Gleason, he's a good player when you kind of watch the film on Toledo. The problem with laying this many points, and look, they could blow them out. There's no doubt about it. I mean, Northern Illinois comes in 2-6 on the season. But Northern Illinois, I watched each of their last 3 games. They won last week over Ball State. They got a decent running game, pretty good running game, actually. They get some push up front. They kind of rotate in 3 different running backs. And when you look at their schedule, they were up against Miami of Ohio, the Ohio Bobcats in conference already. They already played Maryland, San Diego State, and Mississippi State. This is a team that played Maryland and San Diego State pretty tight. I mean, outside of the Ohio game, when they were up against Parker Navarro, they've really been solid on defense. I actually think this is a little bit too many points. And again, like, it could be a blowout fashion. I just think it's a far greater chance that Northern Illinois kind of makes this a short game, maybe an ugly game, get a turnover or 2, stay within 2 touchdowns. I mean, if it's 28-14, Northern Illinois is going to cash the ticket here, guys. So we're going to go with the big underdog, Northern Illinois, up against Toledo, high watermark plus 15.5. So there's 2 picks for you. Midweek action on Tuesday and Wednesday. In recap, we got Northern Illinois plus 15 and a hook, and we got the Ohio Bobcats -2 in the Battle of Bricks against Miami of Ohio. So, guys, that's going to do it for the Maction video. Drew's Daily Diamond right here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. If you could do me a favor, comment below. Anything more than welcome. Smash that like button. Cash those tickets. Enjoy the rest of your week. Thanks for tuning in.
Say his name the way he was balling yesterday. Anything for you, Vino, before we get to it?
No, you covered it, buddy. The only thing I'll say, and it is kind of a subjective theory that we're throwing out there, but in my case, when the other side is Portland and you realize the Lakers stars, right, you think that would jack Portland up a little bit. They're not one of those veteran teams that's always in the playoffs, but it didn't. And it's been what it's been for 3 years, Ski. I should maybe if we go back to COVID, I mean, when you and I started doing shows together for WagerTalk, maybe it's been that long since we've noticed stars down, run to the window with the other side. Not an issue.
Yeah, I think we're getting some guys maybe ruled out today too. So let's talk about it. Let's see what we got. Let's refresh that injury report before we get started. And we will go in rotation order like we always do. That means first up, the Bucks playing again here versus the Raptors. Open Raptors -3. I saw it go up to about 4.5. Giannis got ruled in, I believe, or Giannis was. Let me see. Giannis is listed as probable, and it goes down to 3. Obviously, no KPJ yet, still for them. And then Jakob Poeltl, they could be getting him back for Toronto. And versus a guy like Giannis, you need some paint protection desperately. But who's to say Giannis even plays? I mean, they did play yesterday. We've already seen him one time this year go from it was either probable to out or just normal to out. It absolutely can happen, especially here on a back to back. I don't know if you know. This game was not my favorite, but to see Toronto -3, I mean, they did just lose to this team, and they're -3 again here. Like, that's just standing out to me. It's making me think that they're favorite for a reason. So I don't have a whole lot on this other than that. If I was betting on somebody for Milwaukee, I'd probably actually just wait for the injury report to finish. So either Raptors or stay off. What do you think, Vino?
Yeah, I could agree with that. I mean, my first thought here, and I had it yesterday on the show, and it was correct. I mean, when we came on yesterday, Luka was scheduled to play, and I had mentioned, Luka might not even play a second of back-to-backs, and he wound up not playing. And it's what I immediately thought of with Giannis. And then I saw Giannis listed as probable now, and I thought, well, maybe this is a new year for Milwaukee. Maybe they're going after games early. But I would wait on it because the Austin Reeves info didn't come until much later yesterday. So we don't know for sure. I know Toronto's going to play with a lot of pace ski to use a comp game. We saw it last night, Miami, even in second of back-to-backs, pace against methodical. In that Clippers case, Miami forced a bunch of turnovers and wound up winning that game outright. Now, Milwaukee's not methodical, but if Giannis doesn't play, I don't trust those guys against Toronto's tempo. So wouldn't want to lay 3. My secondary thought is to go toward total, perhaps even Toronto team total over. Toronto's going to score. Toronto's going to push. But where side is concerned, the Jakob Poeltl injury does inhibit their rim defense. So there's a lot of questions and concerns in this game. Rather wait and see. But I know that Toronto will try and wear Milwaukee out with pace since Milwaukee's in the second of back-to-back.
Yeah, we'll see. This is definitely one you got to wait because I could just see some fishy stuff and Giannis still getting ruled out late. Shout out to UCapper in the chat. He's been hot. He was hot all of October, and he's reminding everybody to hit the like button. So appreciate you out there, RC. All right, I do have a few plays today, Rob Vino. That first game I just did not like. A couple other plays I'm willing to talk out and open my wallet too. This next game, Magic in Atlanta, it could be one. Opened up -3 for the Magic. Looks like 3.5. Total hasn't really moved. Mo Wagner out, Trae Young out. This Magic team, we saw to start the year, they were playing fast. They weren't playing any defense. Jamal Mosley, and a couple post-game interviews ago, he was just saying, we got to sit down and guard. Like he was just talking about defense the entire time. And we've seen their defense pick up a little bit. And we've seen the pace slow a little bit as well. For Atlanta, without Trae Young, you would think the pace slows. Offense likely gets a little worse. My initial thought here was under Rob, but the more I thought about it, when I'm watching Atlanta now without Trae, they getting the rebound, and whoever grab it, they're going. And if they do that tonight versus Orlando, get out in transition, Orlando struggles. Their transition defense has not been good. So if Atlanta pushes them in that regard, they can have success. And Jamal Mosley did emphasize, the pace that he's talking about is when they get stops. They want to get out and run immediately. So I do think you'll get some pace in this game. Will we get enough offense to get over? How do you see it, Vino?
Well, I bet the Orlando side. I thought there's a bit of revenge for the game they played to start the season. Remember, these are the two teams that are supposed to contend for the Southeast Division title. I happen to have a ticket on Orlando to win that division this year, but Atlanta came to Orlando, second game of the season. Atlanta wins that one, 111-107. Pretty good defensive job by the Orlando Magic in that game. Held the Hawks to only 8 3-pointers on 29 attempts. Held them to 111 points, but they didn't score in that one. I think they returned the favor here tonight. I like what you said about their defense turning a corner a little bit, so to speak. Charlotte and Washington, as far as what their styles are nothing but pace and scoring. I mean, Charlotte and Washington don't strike you as defensive teams, but they strike you as offensive teams. And those are two that Orlando held down to 107 and 94. So to see them play good defense here against the Hawks, I wouldn't be surprised. There was an interesting quote that I was going to get to here from Franz Wagner of Orlando, who said the way the season started, we needed to improve on defense as well. But long-term offense is where we've got the biggest room for improvement. So on the floor, they're thinking they're still not scoring enough, which is kind of interesting here. I think Atlanta, you can get into, scoring matches with them, and without Trey, I really don't trust them. However, again, we started the broadcast or the show here by talking about teams without stars coming through with victories. Trey's injury is long-term. I don't think Atlanta's going to benefit from this long-term injury. I did play, however, and like I say, the premise of the play was a revenge for Orlando. It's divisional. I don't think they want to go 0-2 to this team. Any tiebreaker at the end of the year, that would hurt. So I'm on the Orlando side playing a little better defense, and I think probably just as good on offense. We'll see how Alexander Walker handles the point guard duties now for this team. Certainly not Trae Young. As far as creating goes, Trey's such a great lane penetrator, an alley-oop guy, et cetera, assist guy. I don't know that Alexander Walker's the same guy.
I agree. And I did look at a lot of props in this one. Guys in the chat looking at props too. SF Niner says Franz over his point prop. UCapper says Dyson Daniels. I looked at Dyson. Dyson has been good. He the 2 games he's played without Trey, he scored 18 points in both of them. And last year, he did a lot more scoring. I think he went over this 13.5 every game last year without Trey. But last year, they also didn't have Alexander Walker, right? And he's been filling it up too. Both of them have really been hitting their prop. It's hard for me to choose. And if I'm liking, everybody to score, it seems like I would like an over in the game. But again, you're liking these props because it's a lot of minutes to go around when Trae Young is not out there. In that regard, too, they need Jalen Johnson more. JB likes Jalen Johnson points and rebounds, but I'm going rebounds and assists. I can see both, but to what I was saying earlier, they grab the rebound and they go. And he's grabbing a lot of rebounds for this team. He had 13, I think, the past 2 games. So I see him grabbing them, getting out in transition where the Magic are weak, and hopefully kicking it up to some of these guys. Without Trey, you get that minutes boost. I think this season it went up from about 32 minutes to 37, something like that. And then you look at the 2 games so far without Trey, his rebounds assist line is 14.5. He had 21 versus the Pacers. He had 18 versus the Cavs. You can go back last year without Trey, 2 more games, 22 versus Celtics, 19 versus the Grizzlies. They're going to have to rely on Jalen Johnson a lot in this game. And so I'll bet his rebounds and assists, 14.5. Let's see. Anything else we have here before we keep going? Gilbert doesn't think JJ hits a 3. Star Child reminding everybody to hit the like button. Appreciate that. All right, let's keep going here. Next game up, Vino. Hornets and Pelicans. And it opened -1.5. Wow, we must have some injury news. We now see -4.5. And did we get anything here? We must have got something. LaMelo literally right now just got ruled out. So I figured he would get ruled out. He didn't play last game. That same ankle that he always hurts, lingering injury again. Now, Zion is still questionable. We don't know if Zion is going to play. But if he does, I feel like this is a slam dunk. I already played the Pelicans just to win at -140. Obviously, I'm seeing 5.5 now. It's going to go up. You might want to open your wallet and get in right now before all of these lines go up. But the Pelicans have not won a game yet this season. But their competition has been tough, Like when I look at who both of these teams have played, I got it right here. Schedules. So when I look at who both of these teams have played, let's look at the Hornets. Hornets had the Jazz, the Timberwolves, the Magic, the Wizards, the Sixers, the Nets, the Heat, They ain't been playing nobody, Vino, and they still haven't been looking great. You look at they're 3-4 playing nobodies. You look at the Pelicans. They have played the Thunder, Clippers, the Nuggets, Celtics, Spurs, Grizzlies. I mean, it seems like a hell of a lot more competition to me. And the game versus Celtics, they didn't even have Zion. So it's a tough schedule out the gate for the Pelicans team with some new pieces, dealing with some injuries. Now, though, you're at home seeing this Hornets team without LaMelo out there. The Hornets are 3-23 without LaMelo straight up last season, Rob Vino. They don't have Brandon Miller. I mean, that playmaking is going to be ass. Colin Sexton, I like him, but, Miles Bridges, he could score, but it's not going to be enough here. I like the Pelicans. I took the Pelicans. And if Zion gets rolled out, I might also double up on Trey Murphy, PRA. What do you think about this one, Vino?
Yeah, can't argue at all. I mean, without LaMelo, it's kind of a different team in Charlotte. It's interesting that the last 3 games, their scoring output, 2 of the last 3 games, their scoring output has gone down considerably. I kind of like the New Orleans team total to go over in this game. Orlando's been just a miserable defensive team, as has the Pelicans, by the way. I mean, between these 2 teams, I think there's only 2 games in regulation where they've allowed less than 120. So it's tough to think that Charlotte in any way, shape, or form is going to stop New Orleans from scoring. However, sometimes those numbers get a little bit big here. And for the Pelicans, it's the first home after a 3-game road trip. Something we look at a little bit, probably a minor detail here because the injuries on the other side override maybe the first home game back. But I think in some capacity, if I was going to play, I would look towards the Pelicans and mainly towards their team total. I just think this is a chance for them. When you mentioned they were 0-6, I'll just jump on that a little bit. I think that this is a step down in class for them where they can absolutely put points on the board. The number was 119.5. I think they get to 120. So if I'm going to play, it's going to be Pelicans team total over, and we'll go from there.
All right, I like it. And I'm on them Pellies today. I got in early. I knew LaMelo wasn't going to play. We'll see if Zion still plays. He's still questionable, so we shall see. Next game, Chicago and Philly. Open up -1 for the Bulls. Still there. Total open 239. Looks like 240. As far as the injuries, Barlow, George both out for Chicago. I thought DeSumo was out. Did they upgrade him to questionable? I could have sworn I saw him out. But yeah, I don't know. I swear they must have upgraded him to questionable today. He's questionable. Zach Collins is out, and Kobe White also out. So that kind of messes up my handicap a little bit. I mean, I took Josh Giddey over his rebounds and assists, really, because with no Kobe White and no DeSumo, it's a lot of minutes to go around, and he's the engine for this team anyway. So I would like it if DeSumo does not play. I'm pretty sure he was listed as out, and now he's questionable. So pretty annoying. But Giddey's had 18 plus rebounds and assists the last 4 games anyway. A few of those games, DeSumo did play. And you never know. He could just only play limited minutes tonight, and Giddey still has to go out there and carry the big load. So versus Sixers, soft defense on a back-to-back, Vino, that was the direction that I chose in this one. How do you see 76ers and Bulls?
Well, if you're looking at player props, I mean, the 3 names that just continue to perform for the Sixers, no matter what the circumstances, are Maxey, Edgecombe, and Oubre. Those 3 guys have just dominated offensively so far this season for this team, whether it's in a game where Embiid plays or whether it's a game where Embiid sits. Really doesn't matter. I'm more interested in the Chicago psyche, though, Ski. They were undefeated, went to New York to play the Knicks in that rematch. The Knicks were waiting for them. They had lost in Chicago, and the Knicks gave them their first loss. And I wonder how Chicago handles the first loss here. Things have been going really well. The Sixers have been – here's the problem with the Sixers. Every single game they're involved in, or basically every single game they're involved in, they have to come from behind. They get behind in every game. These fourth quarter, at some point, it's not going to happen. But right now, it's a team that gives you the full 48. No double-digit lead in the fourth quarter is too much for them to stop fighting for. And they've come back in a number of situations. So the number here of Chicago -1 at home was interesting to me. Just seems way off base. I don't know why we're giving Philadelphia so much credit on the road, especially a team, like I say, that has been behind in most all of their games in the fourth quarter. So slight lean here towards the Bulls to regroup. Like I say, I'm somewhat concerned, and maybe that's just fabricated in my head about them losing a game and seeing if they can bounce back. But I think they should be able to here tonight. Remember, Billy Donovan, and we've repeated it 3 or 4 times, but he has placed an emphasis on some physicality and defense, and Philadelphia has done neither of those. So I think at home, only laying 1 point, Bulls are probably the right side. I may get to the window with this one, not positive yet.
All right, fair enough. Let's keep going down the list. McCain active. You kept reminding us of that. So that would change the rotation up a little bit for the Sixers team. We'll see what he looks like in his debut. Next game, we are going to go in the lap. Oh, I think I skipped one. So we will skip this one and I'll add a banner. We'll go Thunder and Clippers right now. Open -5 for OKC. Looks like 7. Total came down from 222.5 to 221.5. And as far as injuries are concerned, we do have Jimmy Butler now questionable. Horford is out. Melton's out. Tuhay's out. For Phoenix, no Dylan Brooks. Jalen Green. Livers is questionable. Dunn is probable. Oh, I messed that up, Vino.
Which one?
I was reading the game that I got to make the banner for. So, OKC and Clippers. My bad. Dort questionable. AJ Mitchell questionable. That's Jalen Williams questionable. Topic, Kenrick Williams and J-Dub are all out. For the Clippers, Bill is questionable. Kawhi is questionable. Miller and Sanders are doubtful. So I'm going to pass this one to you real quick, Vino, while I fix my mistakes.
All right. So logically, again, perfect logic tells you the Thunder are probably a play here. And the number's been bet up from 5 all the way to 7, some 7.5. Clippers on a back-to-back, played the fastest-paced team in the NBA last night. They're going to face a team that will utilize pace in this game. And the Clippers just have not handled quick teams at all so far this season. Oklahoma City still undefeated, despite the injuries that they've been through, come to play every single night. I think the Lou Dort illness is a reason why I'm not there yet. I mean, you need all the defense you can get here. The Clippers actually have Beal and Kawhi listed for potential rest. If that happens, maybe it benefits the Clippers scheme. Maybe you take a couple of older guys out of the lineup. I'm not so sure, but I don't think there's much in the way of a defense for the Clippers other than getting 7.5 at home is probably too much for me to lay. But again, all logic would tell you that the way this game is going to be played, Oklahoma City should win. There should be a spurt at some time where they create margin separation. They're known for it. And I think they take these games pretty seriously still in watching them. Now, they haven't covered more than 500. They're not a better than 500 ATS team, but the last 2 have been pretty sizable wins for OKC. Could be rounding into form a little bit. I would just wait on Lou Dort. To me, that's it. That's a real important injury there because he's so key to that defense.
Good points there. This is a game that I'm not going to get too involved with. So we'll move it on over to the next one. And that is, and by the way, SF49er said, what happened in tennis, bro? I got money on it. No, UCapper's talking about those old guys with the walkers with the tennis balls on the bottom. He said, put them on a hell no list. That's what UCapper says. All right.
They don't look good.
Look, I'm not talking about tennis ski nose. 100%. All right, last game. Man, I'm dying. Can't wait till I feel better. Phoenix and Golden State. Opened at -10 for Golden State. Looks like 9.5 or 10, depending where you shop. Total open 231.5. Looks like 232.5 for the Warriors. I mean, I told you guys already. Jimmy's questionable. Horford out. Melton out. Tuhey out. For the Suns, Dunn probable. Livers questionable. Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green both out. I'm gonna just keep it simple here. You can't get the number I got anymore because props change when guys like Jimmy Butler become questionable. But I did take Kuminga over 5.5 rebounds. Really, I mean, he probably gonna get even more with Jimmy out too. He's probably gonna do a lot more of everything. If you wanted to take assist, PRA, whatever, I'm not mad at that either. But without Horford was the main look in this one for me. Just looking at the games without Horford specifically, get back here. My bad. Rebounds. So he had 8 rebounds and he had 10 rebounds. But just looking at the opportunities, like 17 rebound chances, 13 rebound chances. So in my mind, that's 30. Like, you're asking him to get less than 50% of his rebound chances. Like, I think that's absolutely doable, especially when you're missing a big. So Kuminga over it's 6.5 now. I still think that's gonna hit. But if you want to do PRA, like I said, I'm not mad at that. As far as the game, you know what, Vino? If Jimmy Butler misses this game, yes, you're gonna miss some free throws. You're gonna miss some points a little bit. You're also gonna miss some defense, and your pace will increase. These Warriors like to play up tempo. They like to move the ball. Jimmy's the one guy who likes to play a little bit slower. So if he's out and that total comes down, I could be interested in it over. What do you think about that, Vino?
Well, I think a lot of that because I got there with this total over. A couple of things here, Ski. Golden State's last 2 games, both on the road, their offense didn't really perform well. That Indiana game still is kind of a head scratcher, only scoring 109 against Indiana. And even prior to that, a couple of games, offense hadn't been there. I think it bounces back here tonight against a Phoenix defense that hasn't been good. Everything that they preached. We got Dylan Brooks. We're going to, he's kind of an enforcer. We're going to be tougher physically, blah, 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 blah. They're getting caught in these high-scoring games, the Phoenix Suns are. And I feel like Golden State back home, looking to get their offense right. If Jimmy doesn't play, you're probably correct. It probably goes a little bit quicker. But the small lineup anyway is going to go quicker and force Phoenix into pace with them. If Golden State gets out in front, Phoenix has to play catch up. It really goes fast, I think, at that point. So for me, again, style of play, matchups make fights, et cetera, et cetera. I just thought this one was going to be played at a higher tempo. And I'm always looking for, these really good offensive teams that haven't shown well the last couple of games, looking for a bounce back. This is the perfect team to bounce back against in Phoenix. Technical foul battle between Draymond and Brooks. Can we get a prop on that?
He's not playing, though. Maybe he'll get one from the bench still.
I mean, it's been done before. But for me, obviously, like I said earlier, I've already played this game over. So if it comes down, I've probably got the wrong side of the line if it comes down due to Jimmy's absence. But I don't know that it would affect my bet here at 232.5.
So 232.5 over, right?
Yeah.
All right. I like it. I might be there with you. If I see Jimmy out, I'm gonna have to push that button. Good stuff, That is the NBA card. We didn't have too much today. So we will go ahead, and before we move it to best bets, I will put this up, remind everybody it is $5 Tuesday. And you want to rock with Rob or myself, we both have a play up and available on our page. And outside of that, I'm pretty sure we can still do a little weekend warrior, right?
Yes.
And I know you've been really good in NFL. You won in college as well. So make sure, my bad, you guys. Make sure you guys go check out Rob Vino. You can get all football plays for only $49. And for myself, I'm going to be prop heavy. I've cashed 6 out of 8 props in the NFL this week. This season. My top plays are also 8 and 4. So if you want to rock with me, that's a way you can do it as well. Vino, I'm gonna pass it to you. It's best bet time. If you have anything else you would like to promote, feel free. And if you have a best bet for the show, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, the promotions are what they are for today, Ski. The $5 Tuesday, obviously a big one all the time. Weekend Warrior, once again, 3 days worth of football, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, for the reduced price of $49. They've been running that every week, so it's been a big hit with folks out there. I'll go back earlier. I like the revenge angle with Orlando here. I think that they expected to win that first home game. They didn't. They get an opportunity without Trae Young. I'm hoping this is not one of those instances where the star doesn't play and, Atlanta at home comes through. But I just think Orlando has got their focus back a little bit on the defensive end. If it gets into a scoring battle, they've been able to score here. We'll see. But I just think that 3.5 was a pretty good number in this spot. So it's more of a situational play than anything else. A little bit of fundamental because Trae is a better playmaker than anybody else on that Atlanta roster. So give me Orlando minus 3.5 as the best bet for the show.
All right, good stuff from Ravino. For myself, a few of my lines have already moved, and I like to give you guys what I can take, or the same thing that I've taken. So I will go with Jalen Johnson over 14.5 rebounds plus assists. Like I said earlier, he's boarding like crazy. He had 13 the past 2 games. They need him out there to play make, to score. Without Trae Young, he's getting extra minutes. And without Trae Young out there, whoever gets that rebound is pushing. And like I said, Magic's transition defense is poor. I can see him finding some people out in transition, racking him some assists. So Jalen Johnson, over 14.5 rebounds plus assists. Vino, appreciate you taking the time to cap these games with me. Helps out my process. I'm sure you help everybody else out as well. People in the chat, we appreciate you. Good cappers, good people, and we all just help each other win. So, it's time for me to go drink some tea and orange juice and get myself together. And I will catch you guys again tomorrow.